Murph and Henry. I have ones like that, or the one that I get in, I've got the kick-off time wrong. So as I'm trying to get into the ground and they're not letting... Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've been away for, what, 7 hours? I'm sure you missed us. It is, of course, the conclusion of Group C this morning. Lads, we're going to reflect on what we saw last night a little bit first. Richie Howson really delivered, didn't he? Especially in the finishing phase. Yeah, he's having the year of his darting life, and it's when he started on the seniors tour. It all started at that Seniors World Championship just 10 minutes down the road from where he lives at the Circus Tavern in February, and he's just kicked on from there, and I think we might see him really threaten on Saturday night if he carried on playing the way he did last night. Brilliant stuff from him. The first match set the tone, didn't it? A 1-2-1 and a 1-6-1, both on the bullseye. Brilliant stuff. Indeed, and then a 1-4-6 to go along with that as well. Of the other players in the field, who would you say has been a surprise package, either good or bad? Because I think we expected more from Wes Newton, didn't we? It's fair to say.
I think probably take out Richie, we expected a little bit more from maybe with the exception of Paul, because we didn't really know what his form guide was going into it. But Richie's probably set the standard for the week. Elsewhere, I just think it's too hard to read because, I mean, Wes Newton, perfect example, struggled for the first 3 matches and then around the 100 for his last one. It was one of those nights where us sat in the commentary box found it really hard to analyse because you just didn't quite know what to expect. Yeah, indeed. And we move on to Group C this morning. It is the conclusion, and it's our very own Chris Mason who is leading the way at the moment. Do you expect him to continue from where he left off yesterday? Yeah, because all week he has continued, hasn't he, playing at that standard between about 89 and 91. It's consistency from Chris Mason. That is what he's brought to it. We've had a couple of lower performances and that one really standout display when he averaged more than 103. There's nothing to say that he won't just carry on. And if he plays like that all day, he'll win at least 2 matches, and that's going to be enough to get him through. And before we get on to your serious predictions for today, I heard the guys in the production room talking about their favourite Barrie. So I'm just going to throw that at both of you as well. I think I know who's yours is. A little Scottish man that's better than Zidane, Barrie Bannon. Excellent. And yours? I don't want to say Bayer from EastEnders, but I'm going to do it anyway. I just expected that from you, Henry, to be honest. I really did. On to the serious section then. Who's going through from Group C? Oh, so Chris Mason and flip a coin in the air. I don't know, like, I really want to stick with what I said yesterday and say Alan Norris, but he's got such a difficult task today. He's capable of going and winning 4 or 5 matches, but you know, based on what we saw yesterday, I just can't really see it. I'm going to say Gary Robson. You say Gary Robson, you say? I'm going to say Barrie Bates. We're all about the Barries. Right then, we get underway at 9:30 a.m. this morning. Not long to wait. Come and join us on Sporty Stuff TV. I'm saying Chris Mason.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. This morning, Group C reaches its conclusion, and at the moment, it's Chris Mason who is leading the way, having won all 5 of his matches yesterday. But before we get into that, let's have a little reminder of what happened when Group B got underway last night. Here's Henry Deacon to run you through the highlights.
It was a perfect night for the Owl, Richie Howson, as he won all 4 of his matches to kick off his Group B campaign. This 161 to beat Tony O'Shea was the benchmark for his evening to come. As for the Silverback, it was a mixed bag for him on Thursday evening at double 12, securing a 3-0 lead against Wes Newton. It was the return of the asset Paul Nicholson last night. And despite getting 1 win from 4, there was some highlights for the former Players' Champion upon his return. This bullseye sitting an 83 finish against Howson. Andy Jenkins couldn't provide the knockout blow, but he won 2 from his 4 matches on Thursday evening. This 109 was the highlight against Tony O'Shea. Wes Newton had a bit of an up and down night. It wasn't his best evening here at the Super Series, but he managed to get 2 points to his name and got better as the night went on. This finish helped him beat Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Henry. Chris Murphy alongside me to reflect on what we saw last night and look ahead, of course, to this morning's action. Murph, it was Howson who stole the show yesterday, especially in the finishing department, wasn't it?
Really was. He started as he meant to go on, didn't he? 1-2-1, a 1-6-1 in the first match. Both on the bull. He almost took out a 1-3-5 starting on the bull as well. Superb in that department. A 1-4-6 later on in the evening. And yeah, he just looks like the man to beat. And it was a group that we didn't know what to expect, but he is the one that set his stall out and is being hunted tonight. And
we can have a little look at the league table at the halfway point. Were you expecting more from Wes Newton, given that he already had 3 days under his belt?
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit of what we got in the last game from Wes Newton, which is a game he actually ended up losing because Richie Howson produced the best performance of the night in winning his 4th out of 4 games. Brilliant he was in the last game, Wes Newton. I don't know what happened before. I'm not sure he knows what happened before, but it does show you a sign, perhaps more so than Paul Nicholson produced last night, that Newton can go and have a good run this evening.
And as for Paul Nicholson, you mentioned at times in commentary yesterday that he needed that little bit of aggression that he's renowned for having. We didn't really see much of it last night, did we?
No, I think when you're playing it down, it worked in Chris Mason's favour this week. He's been a different kind of animal to what we ever remember of him years ago. But for Paul Nicholson, playing it down maybe doesn't suit him. The sort of placid Paul Nicholson is not the one that wins matches. And a lot of people have jumped on the bad boy thing and said he was wrong to do that. It didn't suit him. But actually, when you look at the facts, he got his best results when he was kind of under that mantle. So I think maybe Paul Nicholson, bring back the bad boy.
Right then, I wonder whether he will do that this evening. Of course, Group B comes to a conclusion from 10 p.m. this evening. We'll be on Sporty Stuff TV again with that. But we'll now move on to Group C because that's what we're focusing on this morning. It is Chris Mason who leads the way. Do you expect him to maintain that standard coming into today's action?
Yeah, and I say that kind of learnedly because of what he's done all week. He's averaged between 89 and 91 for most of his matches. A little bit lower sometimes, much higher on one occasion, but there's nothing to say that he won't carry on. Maybe he won't win all 5 games again, but probably only needs to win a couple.
And interestingly, he's actually favourite to go on and win finals night as well at this stage, so that's very interesting indeed. In terms of qualifying with him, who do you see at this stage going through?
It's a real take-your-pick sort of situation. I think Gary Robson's in the best position maybe out of all the players. I don't know that's strange because he's not in second place, but in terms of how likely they are to win a certain amount of matches, you'd think that he would be the one. But we also know that even Alan Norris, lower down the table, is capable of having a run of 4, maybe 5 wins, and that would surely see him challenging at least to get through. So yeah, it's really difficult. It's not going to be the way that I predicted it would be yesterday. But look, Mark Layton playing his first match gets a chance to put a bit of distance between himself and the rest of the field.
You getting a prediction wrong, eh? That doesn't happen very often, does it? Only every single time you make one. But yeah, as you said, it is Mark Layton who is up first against John Walton. Interestingly, he lost this fixture when they played in the final game of yesterday afternoon session. But here he is taking out a finish in that match against Chris Mason. Of course, Chris Mason went on to win that match, but Mark Layton did take out some really big finishes.
He did, yeah. He showed some good stuff yesterday, and again, people weren't sure what to expect from him. But John Walton getting that win at the end of the day ended a big losing streak for him, and suddenly, if he can make it back-to-back against Mark, he's not out of contention either. So it's going to be a really interesting first hour or so today to see where the land lies.
Yeah, indeed, especially as Mark Layton started the day piling in the 180s, but then they dried up as the day went on. So let's get into the first match of the day then and hand over to Henry Deacon in the commentary box.
Morning, Abby. Morning, everyone. Welcome along to Decision Day here at the Super Series. Over the course of the next 16 hours or so, we'll find out the final 5 identities for the Week 12 finals tomorrow night. And we kick Friday off in the way that we ended Thursday afternoon with a battle between Mark Layton and John Boy Walton. Walton, the 2001 BDO World Champion, hasn't been plain sailing for him at all this week. He's been struggling with a shoulder problem, which has plagued his results so far over the first 4 days worth of action. Up against Mark Layton, a debutant in this particular competition, played in the 2019 BDO World Championships. He was defeated by the then champion 2020, Wayne Warren. Layton had the opportunity to go outright second with victory in this fixture yesterday. It turned out to be John Boy's only win of Thursday here at the Super Series. But what is Friday going to bring? We're about to find out. Marco Meyer, our referee, gets us
44.
underway. It's John Walton with the darts, and it's Chris Murphy alongside myself, Henry Deacon, in the commentary box.
Yeah, morning, Henry. Like we've never been apart, isn't it? Got that Friday feeling once again here
30.
at the MODUS Super Series, and it is going to be an interesting day. I was chatting to Abby there and just couldn't really pick who I think will join
58.
Chris Mason in qualifying. That is assuming that we think Chris Mason will qualify. Alan Norris, in the second match of the day, probably will feel he has to win that match. And if he does win the match, is there a little bit of pressure on Mason that he doesn't start getting the jitters towards the finish
79.
line?
We've seen, apart from yesterday in Group A, Mason start a little bit slowly. So it's not a panic for him because he's kind of used to getting out the traps a little bit slower than others.
95.
But you don't want to see the gap to those around you begin to close very quickly, especially the way that the fixtures lie as well this morning.
100.
Chris plays in game 2, and then we won't see him again up until game 6. So if he did lose that opener, then he would see potentially the gap that he had at the top and the
60.
gap with the top 2 completely decimate.
And as for this pair, I mean, John Walton has looked like he hasn't been
60.
in the running since about 10:30 on Monday. Yeah, if he wins this match, suddenly it's back-to-back victories, and you can't even rule him out.
Well, he'd be on 4 points,
59.
along with a lot of the other chasing pack in this particular group. This is how the table lies overnight. Chris Mason tops it with 10 points from 10. And then you got Layton and Robson both on 6. Barrie Bates in 4th place on
52.
4. Then Alan Norris and John Walton on 2. A victory for John Boy would put him 2 points behind Layton on 4. Both them would have played 6 matches. And then it plays big importance on game 3 between Gary Robson and Barrie Bates. Because if Barrie could win that, both of them would be on 6 points. And the happiest camper out of the lot there would have been Chris Mason.
Yeah, not only do we expect Chris Mason to qualify, but we expect him to have a big say in who goes through with him. All of the other players are hoping that he runs away with it and wins every match,
94.
apart
John,
from
you
the one
require
against them.
50.
50 for Walton. Early signs for Mark Layton aren't good here. He started off yesterday well. He won
10.
3 of his matches.
Mark, you require
better
86.
return than maybe was expected, but it looks like the slide may have spilled over into the early part of today, and that is a disastrous dart from the Welshman that allows Walton back
John, you require 40.
to go out within 24 darts.
Double 10.
30.
And that
Mark,
goes
you
inside.
require
So Layton
48.
returns for 48 for a potential 23 dart break to start off Friday here at the Super Series. Double 16.
Might be a long day for Mark Layton.
10.
Double 5 for Walton. Needs to switch to the double 5.
No score.
Well, this
Mark, you require 32.
does not augur well for this pair.
I can confirm there are doubles on the board somewhere.
Yeah, that's game short in the first
There's
round.
where the doubles
Mark
are.
Layton.
And they managed to find it in the end. And Mark Layton breaks the throw to win the opening leg.
Second leg is
Both players
Mark
want to
throw
put that
first. Game on.
particular set of darts to the back of their mind.
Yeah, well, they played each other in the last match of yesterday, and let's make no bones about it. It was a real grueling contest, wasn't it, that almost made
100.
the afternoon session spill into the evening. And you just wonder if the pair of them are aware of how tough
41.
that game was. And they might be so determined to make sure that they give a good account of themselves the next time they're on stage. It's against each other, and instead they're getting a bit of darting deja vu.
A case of trying too hard.
100.
Yeah, just ended the last day with a bit of a nightmare and start
66.
today without really waking up from it.
Well, interestingly, as we go back to looking at the group, Chris Mason's been made a 1-6 favourite to win it. He's actually the favourite to win the week outright.
100.
Those are the performance levels that he's put in over the last 4 days. That is the belief that a lot of people have in him. Mark Layton actually came into this as the second favourite, joint second favourite alongside Gary Robson, perhaps to win the group. Perhaps not a surprise when they're both locked on the same number of points. And it's interesting because we were chatting on the stage at about 9:20 on our preview show, which you can watch every single session on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And we all said Chris Mason's going through, but me, you and Abby all had different names as to who the other identity was going to be.
Well,
Mark,
I didn't even have a name
104.
at that point, and I'm not sure that I could pick one now. And what was interesting is nobody went for Mark Layton, despite the fact he's in second place.
56.
I think Barrie Bates played well at times without maybe getting the points he should have got on the board. And I think because of that, he could be a dangerous contender today.
Do you know what? I'm gonna stick my neck out now, here and now. I'm gonna
Mark
stick with Alan Norris.
48.
I still think he can do it. Double 16. Double his lead.
Yeah, that's game short.
That's a bit better.
Leg. Mark Layton.
From Mark Layton, a 17 darter to
Third leg
edge
is
ahead.
John the throw first.
John
Game
Walton
on.
way back on 198 points when Layton went out there. This is a worrying start for the Yorkshireman, who I think we can safely say, if he does lose this match,
140.
we probably will be seeing for the last time today.
Well, we'll see him 4 more times today.
Today will be the last time we'll see him this week, Henry. Don't be facetious.
100.
And I imagine, obviously, we've spoken about the shoulder injury with John.
121.
And when you do have an injury, this is probably the most grueling format you can play. 5 games a day, 5 days straight. And maybe this is why we may not see the best of him yesterday and today, because look, naturally fatigue's an issue. Chris Mason's spoken about it, and he's a man that goes to the gym all the time. We see all the videos of him on the internet going to the gym and things like that. So for John Boy playing with an injury, I can imagine as the week's gone on, he's trying to nurse that. And I can't imagine that being an easy task.
Yeah, particularly when you're not getting the medicine of winning many darts matches. What is it, John Walton?
60.
3 games he's won now
John,
this
you
week
require
out of 20.
140.
Might be something of a soother. A little more success, and this leg could be a successful one for him. 65 remaining, plenty of options. Some trebles or the 25 on offer.
120.
Just knew that was going to happen, didn't you? A man that can't seem to hit what he wants when he wants it, but manages to find the big targets when he doesn't.
140. John, you require 15.
To get his first leg of the day on the board and to banish the demons of the opening leg where he missed 8 darts at double 4 he wants.
Yeah,
Double
that's game
4 he
short in the
gets.
third leg.
And John Walton gets his first leg of the day on the board in 15.
Forward leg is marked
But it's Layton with the darts in the fourth to open up a 3-1 advantage. And if he can do so and get over the line, forces the pressure on everybody else underneath him in the group. He'd move on to 8 points. Robson would be on 6.
100.
Bates would be on 4. Norris would be on 2. Walton will also be locked on 2, but would have played a game more than Chuck.
I told you that winning was good medicine, and John Walton, having won that previous leg, suddenly feels as fit as a fiddle.
That's his first maximum since Wednesday afternoon. Didn't get one yesterday.
100.
Now, could it be the ultimate London bus tactic that we wait forever for a John Boy Max, that another one would follow up, or was that wishful thinking?
Yeah, steady on, Henry.
22.
Well, it was a very brief moment of brilliance, wasn't it? And that's all he's really had, is the odd moment here and there, John Walton, this week. Hope he does go away, get some
100.
treatment on that injury, and we see him again, a rejuvenated player.
You saw him at the Seniors World Championship, made the quarterfinals of that particular event.
120.
We know that there's a game there still, but when you got an injury, it's not a fair reflection of where your game is at, unfortunately.
Maybe it is a group where we did expect to see some aches and pains come into play. I know Chris Mason's talked about fatigue. Gary Robson
130.
also suffering with a bit of an injury. Barrie Bates has for years. Norris himself has had a bit of a shoulder problem, but not as severe as some of the issues he's had
84.
in the last
Mark,
few
you
years.
require 71.
They'll all be able to head to the over 50s aerobics class after the day, won't they? And get the joints
32.
moving again.
John, you require 90.
Will John Walton be joining Mark Layton on 2 legs? 90 points away. Another single would leave the bull. Wanted the bull. Or got the
56.
ball rather when he didn't
Mark,
want
you
it, and when he
require
did want it,
39.
couldn't get near it.
Always the way. So for Layton, a 3-1 lead beckons if he can get this 39. 2 16s. That's a nice guide, I think, for him.
Yeah,
It was the
that's game short in
perfect
the
guide
fourth
for
leg.
him.
Mark
And he
Layton.
has a 3-1 lead against John Walton. Now, it's a slightly better
Fifth
game
leg
than
is John the
yesterday,
throw
but
first. Game on.
both players will know that they're going to have to up their levels from here for the remainder of the day especially Layton, if he wants to harbour ambitions of
85.
qualifying his way through Group C.
Probably only needs the same day that he had yesterday. And remember, one of his defeats yesterday was against John Walton, so it's already, in a way, set up to be a better day.
One on the
Because he's
down
beating
one.
one of the opponents that he lost to in the last session. And if Layton does get over the line in this one, by winning one more leg, then you think it's over for Walton, and the next match
60.
becomes must-win for Alan Norris against Chris Mason. So already, on this final day of Group C action, we are starting to see the story develop.
Did Matt Edgar take his red pen with him?
100.
I might hide it next time he's here.
The red pen of doom.
85.
Well, Walton should go downstairs at the start of this next visit.
44.
But this is what we said early on, or you and Matt said early on this week. There's still an old school thought in
131.
terms of how they go about the checkers. I know he's got the treble 17 there. But perhaps players who are playing more on the circuit these days would go downstairs as opposed to Walton, who I suppose has been trained over the years just to go for the 20 because it's a target you aim at all the time.
Yeah, I do think though it depends on the position in the leg sometimes. Yeah, these old school players do tend not to think about it too much, but you know, sometimes we can obsess over counting. And when a player's on something like 271 and their opponent can't get to a finish, there's no harm in
81.
just going for the treble 20.
Mark
So on that
requires
occasion,
79.
we thought that Layton certainly could get to a finish, and boy did he get to one with a stunning 177 visit. This is for the match. Double top.
Game.
Nicely
shot,
done.
And the match.
And it is a
Mark
marker
Layton.
laid down by Layton. A 4-1 success for the Welshman over John Boy Walton, who's looking to the heavens and thinking, oh boy, it is going to be a long day for me here, knowing that it's very, very unlikely now that he can get out of trouble. At the bottom of the table, 6 points between him and second place Mark Layton with 4 games left to play apiece. Layton has laid down the gauntlet to the rest of the field. Chris Mason aside, he's won all 5 of his matches yesterday, and he takes Alan Norris on in the next match. And you would say it might be a match that Norris has to win, or he faces being chucked out of the Super Series.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Mark Layton condemn John Walton to his 5th defeat in Group C. It was far from convincing from the pair early on, both missing multiple darts to take the opening leg. Layton did take it and with a 17-dart leg doubled his lead in more convincing fashion. Walton was briefly given hope, but it was short-lived as Layton took out tops to get over the line with a 79 checkout. That the highest outshot of the match. Crucially, 2 points on the board and a strong finish with that 15-dart leg to close out the match for Layton. We can have a look then at what that does to the league table after our first game of the session. It is Chris Mason who's up next, who leads the way on 10 points. He takes on Alan Norris, who of course had a bit of a disappointing day yesterday. We can see from Chris Mason now one of his highlights of the session from yesterday, that 1-3-6 to take a 3-1 lead in his match against Alan Norris yesterday. Mace favourite to go all the way, both in this group and to win finals night at this stage. He was a 4-2 winner, of course, when these two met yesterday. A superb 1-3-6 that we've just seen there. Will that form continue through into today? Of course, he was very consistent in Group A, just not getting over the line. We saw him win a number of close contests yesterday, which is something that was missing from his game in the first 3 days. Let's find out then how this one unfolds in the company of our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. Chris was the ace player yesterday, winning all 5 of his matches, and he is on the cusp of qualification through to tomorrow night's final. Many people thought before the start of play yesterday Alan Norris could join him in the contention for the finale tomorrow evening. The red carpet occasion here, the live lounge in Portsmouth. He still could do so, but he's going to need a big push today to do so. 1 win from his 5 matches yesterday. He kind of needs a reverse of his fortunes from Thursday to stand a chance of qualifying, you feel?
Yeah, he's certainly capable of it, though, Alan Norris. Out of all the players in this group, I think he's
First leg,
actually
it's Chris to throw
the most
first.
likely to
Game
go
on.
on that kind of run. But defeat here to Chris Mason would make it very difficult, and victory for Chris Mason would probably be enough to put Mason at finals night
93.
himself.
You think 12 would be enough to get him through? Maybe 14 being enough to win the group? Because I just get the sense this is a group where everyone's just going to
135.
cancel each other out.
$100.
When they met yesterday, it was a 4-2 success for Mason. Norris's only victory had come in the previous match to that against the bottom of the table, John Walton.
20.
But those first 2 matches were where the damage was really done for me, for Alan Norris, losing them both 4-3 against Gary Robson and Mark Layton. 2 games that he really would have feel he could have won, and what a different day
99.
he may have had.
Well, it was a case of 4 threes, wasn't it? 3 of his 5 defeats coming via a last leg shootout. And if he won that first one yesterday,
57.
then he lost
Alan, you
in the
require
opening game against Mark
167.
Layton, which perhaps he should have when we look back on it. His day could have been so much different as he has 6 on 167 to get the opening leg of the day.
97.
Mason's record in opening fixtures so far this week is played 4, lost 3, won 1, with that one being yesterday.
55. Alan, you require 70.
Double top.
50.
Yeah, and the one that he won yesterday, Mason put down to the fact that he arrived earlier, tried to do something about the fact that he'd been having slower starts to the days than he would have liked.
76. Alan, you require 20.
Double 10 for Norris to kick off his day with a breaker throw. May have to move across.
No score.
Close but no
Chris, you
cigar. And
require
Mason, who had 2
100.
darts fall out the board, is back on 100. He may be on 0.
Yeah, that's
It's a
getting short on the
21
first
dart leg via the
Chris
stats,
Mason.
but realistically it's a 19 because of this.
Second leg, it's Alan
The
the
bad
throw
luck.
first. Game on.
Not stopping Chris Mason. Taking the leg, 100 out. And it's been a case of missed doubles, hasn't it?
60.
So far in this group for Alan Norris. He was just 25% successful on the outer ring yesterday. He's already missed
180.
5 darts at double in this match. And it looks like the double trouble has carried over
100.
from Thursday to Friday. No treble trouble for Chris Mason at the start of this one.
$81.
This is a nice response from Norris.
125.
I think he's one of those players as well that I think will benefit from the seniors tour, Alan Norris.
100.
I think just the opportunity to go back, play competitively, but in an environment that's not quite like the Pro Tour, where you can play competitively but find that enjoyment out of the game again. I think that will suit him down to the ground.
42. Chris, you require 140. $52.
Well, Mason down to a finish, but one that might only result in a dart at the bullseye. So Norris still in with a shout
64.
in this leg, although don't
Chris, you
forget, it is his
require
own throw.
88.
Mason starting with a max to pile under pressure. And he will get 2 darts at double 14.
Yeah,
Which he finds. Well, he had to go high, didn't he?
Chris
Because of
Mason.
the first dart obscuring the lower part of that double. And while Alan Norris is struggling in that department,
Throw first.
Chris Mason
Game on.
having no problem at all. We just saw then Chuck switch the darts again, spoke about that yesterday. He does have 2 sets of darts on the table. They're exactly the same weight, exactly the same setup. One set is slightly
100.
newer, and he will swap them from time to time. There doesn't seem to be any set routine. I thought it was at first every leg, but there were a couple of times yesterday where we saw him do it
60.
during a leg.
I just wonder maybe sometimes, and it is hot on that stage, and when you're playing under this sort of pressure, you get sweaty palms. Whether it's just a case of sometimes he feels as if he just wants to get a little bit extra grip on a drier dart. I mean, we see a lot of players use a towel to do such things, but he preferred changing the darts, having something that's just a little bit more bone dry. Peter Wright does something similar, but with a different set.
Yeah, I've seen Peter Wright change darts 3 times in 1 leg before when commentating on a Pro Tour match of his. No need for Mason to bother the bullseye here. It's looking like a breeze for the ace in the opener. Helping hand from Norris with those 5 darts missed to break him in the first leg, and now makes his 72 points away from a 3-0 advantage. And look what he's averaging once again.
60. Chris, you require
89.44. Exactly the area in which he's been all week long. Double top for 3-0.
52. Alan, you require 141.
I think the look on his face said it all there. He was disgusted with that final dart, but he's going to return for double 10 to open
70.
up a 3-0 lead. And finding those 5 missed darts from Alan Norris in the first leg, it has been all about Mace the ace ever since. Double 5.
10.
But Norris
Alan,
will
you require
return
71.
to half the arrears.
I thought you were going to burst into song there, Henry. It's all about that mace, about that mace. Big treble.
Yeah, that's
But the big double is hit by Alan Norris to half the deficit in this match and cling on to Chris's coattails.
Forward leg, it's Alan the throw first. Game on.
I'm just going to go home. I'm just going to go home.
Be my guest.
81.
You know I'll have that stuck in my head all day long now, don't you?
Maybe it's an idea for a new walk-on song for Chris. May need one if he carries on playing like this.
I'll be honest,
100.
I cannot see Chris Mason walking out to Megan Trainor.
He's a modern man.
Song's 10 years old.
57.
What would your walk-on song be, Murph, if you qualified for finals night?
Mine's well established. Mine would be
51.
Magic by Pilot. You know, the one, a real crowd pleaser, because that would be my nickname as well, Magic Murph.
120.
But it's Magic Mace at the MODUS Super Series, and he's edging ever closer. Norris still in it. One treble gets him down to the fish.
59.
What about you, Henry? Have you got a darting nickname and walk-on song up your sleeve?
92.
I'm still undecided.
You better give yourself one, otherwise it falls to me to do it, and you don't want that.
100.
You're allowed to say that on air.
92.
We'll talk more about it in the next leg because Mason wants 92 to make it 3-1, gets the treble 19. And so it gives him one dart at double 16. And that's a clinical kill in the end from Chris Mason after straying the other side with the first dart. Pop, pop, treble 19, double 16. And it puts him on the hill. He has the throw for a 4-1 opening win. See, I've changed my walk-on on my I say change my walk-on song as if I'm some kind of pro, but I've toyed with different types of walk-on songs. I want a walk-on song that tells a story, either about myself or about
57.
experiences in my life.
I've got one for you, Henry.
Go on.
How about the Black Eyed Peas? Shut up.
60.
Where is the love?
Very good.
I'm learning, you see.
70.
If I was to have a walk-on song, this is, I mean, you know my musical taste and that. It kind of goes against my musical taste. But there's a story behind it. It'd be the
100.
Year 3000 by Busted. Right, and it's not my taste of music, incidentally.
Just get on with it, come on.
Right. The night before the Euros final last year, England v Italy, I was in
54.
I was in a bar, and the landlord, for the whole night, played 2 songs. 3 Lions, and that.
93.
And I don't know, I just want something that's got a story. So it'd either be that, or I don't want to pick a song that I actually like.
Interesting.
So I might pick Coldplay, to be fair.
85.
Did you ever get down to the crux of? I need to know, why was the landlord playing those 2 songs? Obviously, 3 Lions because of the football, but why the year 3000? Do you know?
58. Chris, you require 155.
I don't know. I don't think I want to know. Anyway, Chris Mason for the match wants 155.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the year 3000 when we got to the end of that story, but how much longer in the story of this match?
65.
Alan Norris might have
Alan,
to
you
take
require
out the 130.
130.
In fact, I suggest he will have to take out the 130.
Well, his darts might have to be in a time machine, in a film we've seen. But Chris Mason has turned back
50.
the years this week.
Chris, you
He could
require
make
90.
it 12 points on 12, 6 wins on 6 if he can pin this 90, single or treble. The bullseye
65.
would have secured
And you
victory.
require 80.
Now Norris would like a time machine, but he's
Yeah, that's
maybe
game short
timing
on
his
the fifth
run
flag.
right
Alan
here.
Norris.
And you can just see the little shake of the arms there because he's thinking, well, I can't hit a double, but I've got no problem hitting 2.
6 slaggers.
We saw that yesterday as well at one point, didn't we? Norris got out on 2 tops, having failed to find many doubles in the match. Maybe that's the way. Better for Alan to leave 80 than 40. He seems to have more chance of hitting it.
85.
Although I did once contemplate using the theme from the TV show Airwolf.
So we've moved on from there, Henry, now.
100.
We may give you a walk-on at the VIP pre-show activity on Saturday night at Champions Week, but
140.
I think we'll pick it. By the way, if you want to be there next Saturday, Champions Week finals night, or even tomorrow, and see probably Chris Mason in action, why not head to dartshop.tv and book your ticket free of charge for a Saturday night in front of the darts, experiencing darts in a different way here at the Live Lounge. Really want to tick off the darting bucket list.
And I would incentivise you get them quickly for tomorrow night because tickets will not be on sale for long. I know Andy Jenkins is trying to bring a few down. I believe a local semi-professional football team might be coming down tomorrow night. So get them quickly, dartshop.tv. And of course, you can get them for Champions Week as well.
Well, this match has just started getting very interesting. Alan Norris is in position here to strike back and force a last leg shooter. Now, he's been on the wrong end of 3-4-3 defeats already this week, but Chris Mason has not been the best in close battles either.
137.
So that set-up shot from Norris
170.
might force Mason into action. He's not going to take out the 170. Norris returns for tops. The target he hit twice
130
to win the previous leg.
And you require 40.
But Mason has forced the issue at Norris. But Norris makes no mistake. And so once again, in a game involving Alan Chuck Norris this week, we go all the way to the 7th and deciding leg. It is Mason who has the darts. Reminder, after this, Gary Robson is in action against Barrie Bates. They're the last 2 players we get to see today in Group C. They'll go toe-to-toe following the conclusion of this deciding leg between Mason and Norris. Mason kicking off with a 40. Chuck replies with a ton.
$97.
Huge leg. Definitely for Norris, potentially for both players. Chris Mason wants to get the job done as quickly as possible today. Doesn't want to be hanging around and needing results late.
98.
That's the midday hour. Norris, though, will have to hit big from here. Mason in a good spot, despite only starting this leg with 40.
91.
But it is a second treble of the leg for Alan Norris, who gets himself in the picture. Nothing to pick between them in this decider.
96.
But that treble could be absolutely huge for Mason. It leaves him on the big fish. Norris needs a couple of trebles, you feel.
100.
Gets one, leaves him on a finish.
I promise you one thing, Alan Norris will not be going for 3 bullseyes at this point like he attempted yesterday on 150.
50. Alan, you require 150.
Well, that was sensible from Chris Mason. But Alan Norris has an opportunity to steal a win. I cannot believe he's done that. I cannot believe he's done that.
110.
I'm sure he wouldn't have gone for all 3. But he hasn't given himself the best chance there. But he will get 3 darts at tops to topple
60.
the table topper
40.
and keep his hopes alive.
Chris Mason's air of invincibility in Group C has come to an end. Alan Norris kick-starts his Friday at the Super Series with a victory against the man at the top of the pile in Chris Mason. It keeps his hopes of qualification alive with an average of 83.06, 4 for 9 on the doubles, a high out of 80. Alan Norris is on the board, 4 points now to his name following that victory against Chris Mason. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we're going to see the two players we haven't seen yet here in Group C on Friday. They're Gary Robson, they're Barrie Bates, and they're coming up next.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Alan Norris has come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Chris Mason. Norris missed 44 darts at double over the course of his 5 games yesterday, and that area of his game proved costly early on in that one as Mace established a 2-0 lead. A 71 checkout from Norris, though, halved the deficit, and just like yesterday, despite his trouble on the outer ring, he still managed to complete a double-double finish to keep the match alive, which perplexed the man from Yeovil ever so slightly. Chuck's finishing improved, and he managed to force a last leg decider. Of course, he lost 3 last leg deciders yesterday, but was able to prevail in that one with better finishing. We can see what that does to the league table then after our second game of this morning's session. It moves him on to 4 points, 4th in the table. Chris Mason, of course, stays in first place on 10 points, but this is a chance for Gary Robson to close the gap slightly on Mace in first place. Robson coming through last leg decider when these two met yesterday. Robson, of course, winning 3 of his 5 games yesterday, coming through 2 deciders, but also producing a really dominant display against John Walton. As we could see there, it was a 4-0 whitewash victory for him in that one. So then, the biggest problem Gary Robson has actually got this morning is that I've backed him to get through Group C. So will that prove a hindrance for him and make me look even more stupid than I make myself? Let's find out in company of the commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, I don't know about Morris, but we might well see Norris dancing at the end of the day, as Chuck managed to get the better of Chris Mason there in a match that really makes things interesting and intriguing, and it might have to be Abacus Davis as we try and work out the permutations in this group. But what is for sure here is that Gary Robson can do himself a big favour and put a little bit more distance between himself and the man he's playing. And indeed 4 points between him and Alan Norris if he can join Mark Layton on 8, the table we just saw there. But Barrie Bates could join Robson on 6 points. Now, I've stuck my neck out and gone for Norris, which looks like an inspired choice right
First
now.
lag, it's Gary to throw first.
Abby,
Game on.
as you just mentioned, backed Gary, and you're going for Barrie. So one of us is going to be smug at the end of the day, I think, unless, of course, Mark Layton holds on to
60.
second spot.
Indeed. Well, these are a crucial couple of games coming up here for Barrie Bates. Here, of course, against Gary Robson, the man who occupies third. And then after that, in his next game, in a couple of matches' time, he takes on Mark Layton. If he can win both of them, he puts himself in a marvellous position.
95.
And let's not discredit Alan Norris, the first man to beat Chris Mason, puts himself on 4 points. He takes on John Walton in the game after this. So by the end of game 5, and when you head up to the balcony to have a little conflab with Abigail Davies, this group could open right up.
100.
Yeah, I might even be feeling pretty smug by then if Norris wins his first couple of games. And it didn't look like it, did it, when he was 3-1 behind against Mason in that last match? It looked like another
100.
breeze for Chris Mason, who not yet, but maybe at some point might start looking over his shoulder and hoping that we don't get another Freaky Friday here at the Super Series like we did when Walton went from top, having won all of his games on Thursday, to 5th, having lost them all the following day.
81.
So you say you'd
Gary,
feel
you require
smug,
109.
If Alan Norris went through, and assuming Chris Mason would finish top as a consequence, my prediction would be bang on for the top 2.
77.
This much is true.
Robson leaves himself on double 16 after 15 to take
59.
the opening leg
Gary, you require
quite comfortably in the
32.
end with the darts.
Yeah, that's game short.
That'll do quite nicely for the man
Barrie
from the
Robson.
northeast to get his day underway. 17 dart holder throw.
Second lag, it's Barrie to throw first. Game on.
Well, Barrie Bates looking to bounce back.
96.
And you do feel that some games are more important than others, and this is one of the Super Series 4-pointers, isn't it? Robson with the chance to put that amount of distance between the pair of them.
25.
If Barrie does lose the game, he might well be checking out of the Bates Motel at the end of the afternoon.
You feel this game is perhaps the
41.
difference between game on or game over for Barrie Bates. Wins this, he is very much in the hunt. He's very much alive. Very much in with the chance of qualifying for tomorrow night's finals.
81.
If he doesn't win this particular match, it's not impossible for him not to qualify, but it makes life very, very difficult at this
94.
juncture. And especially now that this particular group is bunching up together. They are clustering behind Chris
60.
Mason.
81.
Mason's next match is against Robson, and you made the point earlier, Henry, that there is plenty of arrows to be thrown before the ace gets back on the hockey in game 6.
41.
Different things could be. I mean, it's possible that Robson and Layton could
81.
be level on points with Mason after that game, if Robson can beat Bates and then beat Mason himself.
Well, Robson and Layton playing game 9
Barrie, you require 108.
of our day. That's the end of the third round of fixtures. If everything continued to type, that could be our biggest
60.
game of the day in the afternoon session. Then there'd be a couple more for each of the players after that.
58. Barrie, you require 48.
There's 48 to level up for Barrie Bates. Tops. Double 10.
28.
And so
Gary,
Robson
you require
returns,
136.
but he needs a big un.
Yeah, we saw Chris Mason take this out yesterday. 60-60, double 8. But Robson is wayward.
38.
And
Gary,
Champagne
you require 20.
continues his quest to land a double.
No score.
Someday
Gary,
you will
require
find one.
98.
But will it be in this leg? Treble 18 leaves double 12.
86. Barrie, you require 20. Yeah, that's game short.
And
the
Barrie
second
Bates
leg.
gets their sixth
Barrie
time of
Bates.
asking. Levelers up here at 1 apiece in this battle between the North East and Wales.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
We have a look at both
59.
players' days yesterday. Not too far apart. Robson with a daily average of 84.86, 36.36% checkout ratio, 6 maximums to his name. Barrie Bates, 83.02 average, 43.33 checkout ratio, and 4 maxes to his name. So when you boil down the statistics, there wasn't really much to
45.
separate the pair in terms of yesterday's action, but they went into today with 2 points between them. Robson can make that gap 4 with victory in this particular matchup.
137. $125.
There's a good solid leg on throw from Gary Robson. Hey, look at the bull here.
97.
Switching instead. Far enough ahead not to have to care about being too careful and can be aggressive.
100. Gary requires 68.
He's got that luxury of time even further. 16 for double 16.
52. 92. Gary, you require
Puts a bit
16.
of pressure on this double 8 for Robson.
Yeah, that's game short
Not
on the
that
third leg. Gary
That was going to make much difference. 2 out of 6 on the doubles for Robbo. Levels is up. Sorry, gets himself in front at 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Barrie to throw first. Game on.
Let's have a look at some stats, shall we, Murph?
97.
They're not an awful lot to get excited about. Not sure why the graphics boys have put those up, really. Let's get rid of them.
97.
Got to give them something to do, haven't we?
$99.
Yeah, both players with 6 darts at double. There's another stat.
140.
Must be an easy job. You know, literally just pushing some buttons for stats. Who would possibly want to do a job like that?
You wonder where they've been for the first 2 matches. Look, there's another one.
Nice to see you awake, lads.
92. $95.
Barrie Bates adding to his with a nice treble to leave it. A definite dart at double. I say that because even if he messes up
60.
here, he should get at least one
Barrie
at the bull.
requires
With
70.
a wayward one, he'd be hoping for much more than that, though. He'll be getting 2 at tops. That becomes 1 at 10s.
60. Gary, you
Bates
require
fails to find it.
112.
And Robson has the opportunity to steal a march in this match.
But Bates will return for double 5. 2
76.
levelers up at
Barrie,
2
you
apiece.
require 10.
That's a low dart. Double 2.
6.
And the troubles
Gary,
on the
you
doubles go
require
on. It's now 1
36.
from 10. And Robson returns for double 18 to take a 3-1 advantage. Double 9.
27.
Goes inside.
Barrie, you
And so
require
Bates will
4.
return for double 2.
Help or hindrance.
Yeah, that's
Help.
game short on the fourth leg.
And he helps
Barrie
himself
Bates.
to the fourth leg in this match. Tight tungsten tussle, a little bit of tension in it. Neither player really
Fifth leg,
producing
it's Gary to throw first.
the best
Game
stuff
on.
that we've seen from them in this group. But you get the sense that it's a very important match. One that is maybe slightly more
68.
important for Bates than it is for Robson. The advantage that Robson still has is the fact that he's got the throw in 2 of the last 3 legs. But that advantage
139.
may just have been eliminated with that brilliant 2-treble turn from his opponent.
That may have only been a double 2, but that could have been the biggest dart at double Barrie Bates has thrown this
100.
week. If he misses that, Robson returns to 3-1, has the throw. If he subsequently then goes on and does that successfully,
60.
he moves 4 points clear.
Yeah, maybe the biggest darts for Barrie Bates were the ones that Robson did miss rather than the one he hit himself.
54. 96. $123. 60. Gary, you require
After a decent start to the
156.
leg from Barrie Bates, Robson is probably back in the box seat. Both players on big combination finishes. The 156 won't go. The 146 might have to.
146.
Well, we saw a crucial 146 in last night's session, pinned by Richie Housen. It changed the tungsten tide against Andy Jenkins,
60.
but it will
Gary,
not be a
you require
tide turner here for
74.
Barrie Bates as Gary Robson returns for 74 for 3-2. And so 2 at double 16. Now 1 left. Now
58.
none left. And now
Gary, you
Bates
require
returns.
86.
Big moment for BB. But he's made a bit of a B of it. Can he rescue it?
66. Gary, you require 60.
Well, it was bad, good, and then ugly from Barrie Bates.
Yeah, that's game
And
short in the
Robson
5th leg.
Gets
Gary
his nose back
Robson.
in front. The game remains on throw. And the
6th leg, it's Barrie to
Northern
throw
Star
first.
keeps the
Game on.
advantage and will pile the pressure on not just Mark Layton, but suddenly Chris Mason.
85.
And it may just begin to eliminate some people from the process.
45.
You look at the group, if Robson moves on to 8 points, Bates is on 4, having played 6. Norris will be on 4, having
50.
played 6. We could soon see potentially a 2-horse race begin to develop for second spot. And remember that later on today, the fixture
85.
between Robson and Layton's in game 9. So the pair will play one more round of fixtures before that all-important meeting at the halfway point of our
60.
afternoon session.
Not only a 2-horse race for second spot, but a 3-horse race for first spot. Remember, Robson would only be 2 points behind Chris Mason if he wins this match. Mark Layton is already 2 points behind Chris
100.
Mason. Just in favour of Alan Norris, I would say, over Barrie Bates, is that Norris, of course, still has Layton and Robson to play.
97.
So it would still feel like it was in his hands, because if he beats them both, he gets level on points with them. Whereas if Barrie loses this, he's already lost to one of the players he's trying to catch.
Incidentally, Gary Robson's 2 points behind Chris Mason.
His
next opponent?
180.
Yeah, Chris Mason, and it could be level, and Layton could be level as well by then. Who would have thought that? And he will be 2 points behind him if he
97.
converts
Gary
to 91.
91.
He's set up with the match's first maximum. A well-timed top score. Treble 14 would leave double 16, and that would win the match.
Game
And that's that
short
for Gary
and the match.
Robson. who gets the better of Barrie Bates and puts some distance between them and closes the gap on the top of the table. He is now just 2 points behind Chris Mason, the man he faces next, and level with Layton in second. Almost 10 points better off in the average than Barrie Bates in that one, and hit twice as many of his checkout attempts, both players having 13 darts at double. But Gary Robson, with that 91 finish following the 180 to set it up, gets over the line and keeps himself hot on the heels of the top two.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Gary Robson has just come through with a 4-2 victory over Barrie Bates to get another 2 points on the board. Plenty of ebbs and flows in that match, neither able to raise their level and pull away until, of course, that last leg of the match. Both had their chances, but Robbo with the best leg of the game, going out in 15 with that 91 to get over the line. He's now 2 points behind Chris Mason. As you can see, 4 out of 13 on the outer ring. Both players struggling in that department. We can take a little look at the league table then. As I said, Gary Robson just 2 points behind Chris Mason, who he faces next, and he'll know that despite that win in the last match, he'll need to up his overall level if he is to put pressure on the players in the top 2 spots. Up next then, we've got Alan Norris against John Walton. Norris's only victory of yesterday, of course, coming in this fixture, but Norris came through in a last leg decider to get the better of Chris Mason in his opening match of the day, despite some double trouble in that one. Of course, pinning tops to take a leg, as he did yesterday, even though he missed 44 darts at the outer ring over the course of his 5 games yesterday. Will Alan Norris make it back-to-back victories over John Walton in Group C? Let's find out and hand back over to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. And you sense that if Alan Norris is going to harbour ambitions of qualifying for tomorrow night's final, he will have to claim victory here against John Boy Walton, the man who sits at the bottom of the Group C table on 2 points. The 60-year-old from Sheffield, the 2001 BDO champion of the world. I think it's a man who also made the final at the Lakeside, and Alan Norris got there back in 2014, was defeated by the bullet, Stephen Bunting. But what a run he had in that tournament. He deposed of the then reigning champion, Scott Waits, in the first round of that competition. And who can forget that famous semi-final he had with Mr. Coat, Jan Dekker. Wonder where he's been the last couple of years.
First leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
Well, it is. I think you're right. Alan Norris does need to win this game, and every game seems to be taking on that significance. He did his bit, didn't he, when he beat Chris Mason, but then Gary Robson winning his first match, and Mark Layton having already beaten John Walton meant that that result needed to be backed up with another one.
140.
Mason got over the line in that last leg decider. We may well be counting out both of these players, but Norris is still in with a shout, and a victory here would move him on to 6 points. In fourth place, 2 behind Robson and Layton. Next match is Layton against Barrie Bates, so an opportunity for the Welshman, Layton, to go level at the top of the table. Who would have thought that? In fact, his leg difference, if he wins, would at least be equal with Chris Mason as well. Of course, Mason would have a game in hand. That game, though, would be against Gary Robson. So all is not settled in this group. In fact, it could get very, very interesting indeed.
Far from calm waters here at the Super Series.
60. Alan, you require
Storm
90.
is brewing at the top of Group C, and Alan Norris wants to join that crusade.
Do you know what? On 161, Walton on 161, I thought Alan Norris might have been better advised just to throw another 25 there and get a dart at tops.
50.
He went the 15 route where he would have finished on the ball. But how many times does a player take out 161? And how many times does a player playing like John Walton has been this week take out 161?
99. Alan, you require
Everything's
40.
relative, isn't it? Here's Norris on tops.
Yeah, that's
To
game
take
short
the
in the
opening
first
leg. And I get
Alan
the point
Norris.
you're making as well in terms of we say more often
Second
than not
leg is John the
when a
throw
player's on a
first.
finish,
Game
even a
on.
161, yes, go for the outshot. But if you sense that your opponent doesn't feel up for it, play the percentages, if anything.
100.
I think a player where John Walton is at the minute who will be feeling deflated is something that you can kind of get in your mind about, get in your mind with.
140.
Just looking back at Alan Norris's last match against Chris Mason as well. You know, he couldn't hit a double, could he? But 3-1 down in that match against Chris Mason. He had that tops finish. He hit tops again to make it 3-3. He hit tops again to win the match 4-3. And he's now hit tops to win this match. So he's 5 out of 5 on double top. Well, in a way, 5 out of 4 because one of them was a double-double finish. But he's hit double top the last 5 times he's gone for it to win legs.
140.
After missing all those darts at double yesterday and at the start of that match against Mason.
That's the reason why Alan Norris is only on 4 points in the group, because this phase of the game has been great. Absolutely brilliant. But it was the doubles that caused him all sorts of problems. And to be fair, John Walton at the minute is providing his best level of the week.
121.
Well, if Norris can take this out, he won't. But I was going to say if he took it out, he would have been averaging more than 120 after the first couple of legs in
John,
this
you
game.
require 156.
156 for Walton. Again, it's a low dart.
$60. Alan, you require 78.
Great dart. No tops this
Yeah,
time,
that's
but
game
it's
short
another
in the
double
second
hit.
leg.
6
Alan
doubles on the
Norris.
spin now for Alan Norris. Having missed, as Abby has reminded us, 44 darts at
Third
double
leg, it's
yesterday.
Alan to throw first. Game on.
It's an absolutely sensational haul. And look at the result. In terms of the average, this is peak Norris at the moment.
85.
And not to sound patronising or anything like that, this is kind of peak Walton as well. 93.78. Norris, 108.7. The best we've seen
100.
between this set of players is 103.66. That was from Chris Mason. That was topped by Richie Howson last night.
100.
But this is absolutely excellent from Norris. And then we have a look at the checkouts. 2 out of 2.
58.
The highest average we've ever seen from Alan Norris is north of 112, so we know what kind of a high ceiling he has in his game. That was 10 years ago, though.
140.
Threatening to produce something similar here. Back up towards the 100 teens. And he cannot miss a double at the moment. And if you keep hitting your doubles
68.
first start, you've got a big chance of posting a big average. Couldn't hit a double for love nor money. Now you would put all your money on him not to miss.
100.
This was the Alan Norris we were expecting to see yesterday. Hit his straps, hit his strides.
60. And you require 76.
And it's come into play here on Friday at the Super Series. 16 for tops.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
game
it's
short in the
incredible.
third leg.
Incredible.
Alan Norris.
Well, it's 6 out of 6 on top, 7 out of 7 on doubles all told with that double
Forward
12
leg is John the
in the
throw
previous
first.
leg.
Game on.
The man cannot miss. The man cannot lose. The man cannot fail to qualify for
58.
finals night if he carries on playing like this. He will close the gap to the provisional placers to just a couple
100.
of points. Mark Layton playing Barrie Bates next. He wants a favour off Barrie and then maybe a favour from Chris Mason in stopping Gary Robson getting further away. And then suddenly,
121.
when Norris plays Bates in game 7, he could find himself level.
Things change quickly here at the Super
96.
Series. The group stage format lends to that happening if a player can find a purple patch at some point, which undoubtedly is what Alan Norris is going through at this particular moment in time.
82.
We've seen the averages, we've seen the checkouts. Let's see the breakdown of Norris's visits in this match, because is it 5-ton pluses, 3 140 pluses, and a maximum? In fairness to Walton, he's had 3 and 3 himself, but
81.
But he's buying himself that little bit more time, isn't he, with the slightly better scoring, and then he's taking the double out first go. So that means that John Walton isn't getting a dart at double, hasn't
56.
had a dart at double in the entire match. The best performance of the week was produced by Richie Howson last night, wasn't it? Alan Norris is threatening to go even
100.
better.
well, he's 124 points away from a 4-0 victory with an average in excess of 104. If he takes it out in this go, he may well break the record. He may well have to take it out.
180. Alan, you require 124.
John Walton gets a max to leave double 2. The bullseye.
Game,
To win in
shot,
style.
And the match, Alan Norris.
What a way to finish it off for Alan Norris. 4 out of 4 on the doubles, an average of 105.5. He is the man of Friday so far, without doubt. Have a look at the stats on the screen. 105.47 average, as good as it gets this week. The maximum solitary 1 apiece in the match. 4 from 4 on the doubles, a high check at a 1-2-4. Absolutely superb from Alan Norris. He beats John Walton 4-0. Here's the man making the charge on Friday at the Super Series. And it's a big, big game now for Barrie Bates coming up on the other side of this short break as he takes on Mark Layton in the All-Welsh Derby.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Alan Norris has just treated us to our first ton-topping average in Group C. A whitewash victory for him over John Walton in that last match. Superb stuff from Chuck in that one. All aspects of his game coming together in that one, and that's more like the Chuck we were expecting to see yesterday. A 1-2-4 on the bull to get over the line, and he's actually hit his last 8 darts at double. That after me criticising the amount he missed yesterday. 4 out of 4 in that one. Superb stuff from him. The 1-180 as well. And John Walton not even getting a dart at double in that match. We can see what that does to the league table then. And it was Chris Murphy, wasn't it, who said he still backed him to get over the line and get through to finals night. And as much as I hate to admit it, it does look like Murph knows what he's talking about. Norris moves on to 6 points in the table. He's still 4 behind Chris Mason, but he's the one who's looking to cause damage on this second day of action in Group C. So next up then, we've got the all-Wales battle. Mark Layton against Barrie Bates. It's Swansea against Merthyr. Here we have a video of Layton taking out that 79 to get the better of John Walton, and it's certainly Layton who's going to be the happier of the two coming into this one. His finishing has certainly been far superior to Bates, who went down 4-1 in his last match, missing multiple darts at double in that one. So then, who's going to come out on top in this one? Cymru and Beath, let's get into it, lads.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, that must have hurt, mustn't it? Admitting that maybe I do know a thing or two about what's happening, but all the credit has to go to Alan Norris himself, where we just make guesses, educated ones sometimes just outright estimates. But Alan Norris did produce the best performance of the week so far, marginally bettering the average that we saw from Richie Howson in the closing match of last night. But as Abby says, attention now returns to Wales as Mark Layton looks to join Chris Mason at the top of the league table. The grinder has been doing some grinding at these Super Series so far, but the champagne, well, not even on ice for Barrie Bates at the moment.
First leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Don't think he'll be making the order. Has to win this match, otherwise you would think that Batesy would be heading home at the end of this session.
Be less champagne, more coffee
100.
for Barrie Bates if he is defeated by Mark Layton in this all-Welsh battle.
140.
Now, in the meeting between this pair yesterday, Mark Layton ran out a 4-1 victor. Quite a convincing winner, actually, in the end, an average of 84.5.
140.
But one thing that game didn't have, which you nearly had straight away in the first leg, was a maximum.
A decent start from Bates against the throw. A brace of 140s.
95.
Wasn't really at it, was he, in that first match against Gary Robson?
44.
And that was a damaging one for him. It's a couple of the players that he's trying to catch that he's playing in his first couple of matches. And you would think that a couple of defeats would be just too far a gap to bridge.
26.
Interestingly, these two in competitive action anyway have only met twice before this week. I'm sure they've met each other locally a lot of times, but they both came in very quick succession on the Challenge Tour. Barrie Bates won them both. Can he get the better of Layton here and give himself the best possible opportunity at qualification when he leaves himself tops after 12?
93.
For a breaker throw to make that happen in the opening leg.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
It's another important
Barrie
match
Bates.
this for Alan Norris, who has won both of his games today, including beating the table topper
Second leg, it's Barrie to throw
Chris
first.
Mason. But
Game
what
on.
has also happened so far today is every result that Norris has been involved in has gone for him. He's won the matches, but every
38.
result that could have gone against him has gone against him as well so far. And it would be a Layton win that would cause trouble for Alan Norris because it would keep him 4 points behind the top two, but running out of games to catch up. So he will be cheering on Barrie Bates in the practice room. Make no mistake about that.
Chuck wants carnage.
121.
He doesn't want this.
140.
Yeah, he probably wants, in the next couple of matches, Barrie Bates to get the better of his Welsh compatriot, and then Chris Mason to defeat Gary Robson and pull a little bit further clear at the top, allowing Norris to actually level them up when he plays Bates himself in Game 7.
60.
If they all keep winning above him, then whatever he does is irrelevant, isn't it?
Absolutely.
100. Mark, you require 161.
Control the controllables, and the only controllables is what you do on that hockey.
However, his last two matches of the day will be against Gary Robson and Mark Layton.
95. Barrie, you require 142.
Could be in for a grandstand finish, folks. We're not in for a three-figure finish here from Barrie Bates, and that means
44.
that Layton could level.
Mark, you require 66.
66, the route for Layton. $57 left, so 17 for tops. Tops.
46.
But that
Barrie,
dragged
you
underneath,
require
and Bates is back for 98.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Barrie Bates.
98 taken out by
Third
Barrie
leg,
Bates
it's
on
Mark to
double
throw
19
first.
to
Game on.
double his lead in the match, and he's just maybe showing a little bit of darting defiance here. The former UK Open finalist.
Well, Barry's not one of them to throw in the
34.
towel, is he? If there's something to fight for, he'll fight for it. Right up until the bitter last.
140.
Well, it could be getting bunched up, couldn't it? If we do get that run of results that I mentioned, Bates himself could find himself
96.
in the same position as Norris at the end of this match, and then the game between him and Alan Norris becomes one to go tied for second with Mark Layton and Gary Robson. So still plenty to play for. The only man you feel out of the running is John Walton. Only got 3 games left, and he's already 6 points behind. In fact, he is out of the running, isn't he? Because Layton and Robson have to play each other.
140.
So one of them will definitely get to 10.
26.
Well, Layton here has the advantage in this particular leg, although that could be ripped apart here.
85.
Good last start, recovers the visit. Goes down for the bullseye.
Require 146.
To leave himself on the fish. So Layton, 146 to bring it back to 2-1.
Barrie, you require
Where's
170.
up 46? Bates wants the fish.
Can't manage it.
43.
Layton
Mark,
get
you
himself
require
back into the match. He's
46.
only had one double so far in the game. 6 or a 10. And double top. Double 10.
26.
And now the opportunity
Barrie,
for a
you require
champagne finish
127.
as Marco Mayer prepares to call 127 and game. Won't be calling game
87.
shot.
Mark, you require
Bates
20.
had the chance to get away. Layton can halve the deficit in the game.
Has to move across. Well, what on earth of that bed can he see now? May have to move to a new postcode to see this double.
10. Barrie, you require
Now an opportunity
40.
for Barrie Bates to stamp his authority on the match. Double top. Too high, way too high, and still too high.
20.
And never looked settled in that
Mark, you
visit, did he?
require 10.
Didn't get near the double.
And so Layton gets another crack. Now it's just getting a little bit scrappy on the outer ring. Double 2.
No score.
And we go back to the start.
Barrie, you
Very,
require
very messy.
20.
Very, very messy. A pair of them just getting a little twitchy, a little
That's game
itchy.
short in the third
But
leg.
Barrie Bates has
Barrie
scratched that
Bates.
itch. And now he's one leg away from what could be a very, very significant win in this group. Not in
Forward
terms
leg is Barrie to
only
throw
of
first.
Bates' own
Dream on.
prospects, but the damage it does to Mark Layton.
Well, Bates has found a little bit of the doubly.
100.
And if he can get one more, he will seal a huge victory here against Mark Layton. Should put him on to 6 points, 2 behind the players in second and third place in the group, respectively.
45.
Before we then conclude the second round with Mason and Robson. Now, I'm just wondering, Murph, whether
137.
it would help all the players that isn't Gary Robson in this group if Chris Mason just gets himself outright onto 12, so they can just chase down one position.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
60.
Well, actually, no. I think all the players, apart from Gary Robson and Mark Layton, now, he would be quite happy.
100.
I think for Robson and Mason to be on 10 points, just 2 behind him, it wouldn't really make a difference to him. He only has to catch one of them anyway, doesn't he?
60.
But certainly for
Barrie,
Norris,
you require
certainly for Bates,
164.
who looks likely to seal a 4-0 whitewash win here. And that'll do him the world of good in the leg
60.
difference as well. Not only adding 4 to his tally, but taking 4 off his opponents.
And with Barrie Bates' legs difference for this game being -5, it bridges that gap
60.
emphatically.
Barrie, you require 104.
For a 4-0 win, he's got 6 from 104. May only need the 3. Double 16.
88.
Would have been to win it in style.
All that this man can do is pressurise. As at 8 darts at double, Mark Layton in this match has missed them all.
97.
Probably won't be
Barrie, you
adding
require 16.
to that stat because Bates wants double 8 to seal the deal. Double 4. Double 2.
Game.
And that's
shot,
the one
and the match.
that gets
Barrie
it won.
Bates.
Brilliant. Barrie Bates seals a 4-0 success that makes things very interesting now. It's getting very congested in the race for finals night. An 82 average for Bates. A big part of that, those 9 darts missed at double. Layton himself missed 8 and didn't hit any, which is why he is whitewashed by his Welsh compatriot. But Barrie Bates now on 6 points, along with Alan Norris, Robson and Layton, the man who's just been beaten both on 8. Chris Mason on 10. It is all getting very tight at the top, and all is still to play for 5 players in this group. The action continues after the break.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Merthyr has just triumphed over Swansea. It was a 4-0 victory for Barrie Bates in that last match that we've seen. Chris Murphy alongside me. He's really kept his hopes alive with that win, hasn't he?
Yeah, and other people's hopes as well, because the defeat for Mark Layton stopped him getting to 10 points and joining Chris Mason on that amount at the top of the table. So not only Barrie Bates doing himself a favour, but the rest of the field as well.
Indeed, and a very smug Chris Murphy, I should say, because you did predict Alan Norris would be the biggest mover today. Is it a case of just playing with more freedom for him, do you think?
I don't know. I think that, you know, he could have won a couple of tight ones yesterday. They didn't go his way. It's a guess. We don't know how it would have panned out, but I think if he'd have won one of those early matches, he would have had a very different day. Ends up winning a tight one in his first one today. Then you see him really flex his muscles in his next game. And you said it was Murph beating Swansea, didn't you? It might be Murph beating Swansea if I'm right and you're wrong.
Very, very good indeed. We can have a look at the table. It is, of course, Chris Mason. He's still sat top. He's up next against Gary Robson. This is a huge match. If Gary Robson is to get the 2 points in this one, do you think this is where Chris Mason starts looking over his shoulder a little?
Didn't expect to find ourselves here. Not sure what Chris was expecting. I mean, he stood here very honestly, didn't he? He said anything can happen. He's aware of that. He's seen so many different scenarios play out himself from the commentary box. But I still expect him to get a couple of wins today. So if he doesn't win this match, I think it's important for him not to panic, even if he finds himself for the first time being knocked off top spot over the next few fixtures.
Indeed, just like you in the Premier Inn League, right? So then, a fish finger sandwich might be what is required, like this man does mid-game. Let's get into this one then and hand back over to Henry.
Oh, don't tempt me with lunchtime options, Abby. Anyway, Gary Robson up against Chris Mason, the 6th game on our tungsten menu here on the opening session of Decision Day here at the Super Series. I don't know what these two are doing for lunch reservations, but Chris Mason's meal last night would have tasted much sweeter than that of Gary Robson's, the man who is still top of the poll, or he could have company with him if he is defeated in this one against Robbo. The victor will head through to tomorrow night's finals night. You can be there, but also you can be here for the finals of Champions Week.
First leg,
and if you do so,
first game on.
You can have a bit of double darting delight, because if you come to the first ever Super Series Champions Week, you'll also receive 2 complimentary tickets to the Untouchables event, which takes place
85.
at the Portsmouth Guildhall later on this year in the middle of December. So 2 for the price of, well, nothing, basically, in
100.
terms of darting fun for you. It's dartshop.tv for more information on that. But here we have a crucial matchup in Game 6 of our day. A win
55.
for Gary Robson would put him level on points with Chris Mason, and I don't think we'd be saying that at the start of the day.
Yeah, sorry I'm late back, Henry. Just stopped off for that fish finger sandwich.
70.
Do you know the story behind that?
Didn't you play Dan Dawson in a game and you had a fish finger sandwich halfway through?
Yeah, that's correct. That's the story. That's it. Done. Back to the darts.
96.
Wasn't a mind game. I was just hungry. Nothing wrong with that.
60.
So are we okay just to have sandwiches midway through the game? Yep.
Sometimes I wish you would, Henry, to be honest.
100.
Chris Mason there on 265, scoring a ton. Not thinking. And you just wonder if he's getting dragged into, because it would be a natural habit for him, having been sat in this position so often, looking at the table, working out the permutations, and doesn't want to do that, just wants to carry on playing at the brilliant level that he has been. Just go for the bull here, Chris.
90.
There
Gary
he does.
require 131.
Just makes it look so simple.
Yeah, that's when
57.
a simple game
Chris
can become
requires
complicated, when you
75.
start thinking about too many factors. Look, keep winning and you'll be through, won't you? 18. Double top.
35. Gary requires 74.
And now he has to think, and he has to wish for a Robson miss.
Which may not happen. 42 scored, 32 left.
42.
And still 32 left,
Chris, you
and Mason
require
returns
40.
for tops.
Really feel the first double hit in this match is a big one. Really important. It's like the first goal in a football match.
Yeah, that's game
And
short
it's
in the
Mason
first
who
leg.
gets it.
Chris Mason.
Not the prettiest of legs, but that will not matter one bit. Mason the first to settle in this crucial contest
Second leg,
towards
it's
the
Gary
top
to throw
of
first.
the Group C
Game
table.
on.
Remember, if Gary Robson manages to win it, he goes level on points with Chris Mason when all the players have played 7 matches. And Mark Layton will be hot on their
41.
heels. If Robson loses it, then he has to start to look over his shoulder as well as in front of him.
$100. $140. $125.
I just quickly cut through the practice room en route to the commentary box here on my way downstairs, Henry, and
59.
smiles on the faces of both Alan Norris and Barrie Bates after getting themselves back into contention. And you can understand why. It could have easily been that after a couple of games apiece, they could have been out of it.
123.
But no, both in it now. Barrie Bates after 1 win, a handsome one, 4-0 against Mark Layton, and Alan Norris after 2 wins, defeating Chris Mason
50.
and John
Chris, you
Walton.
require 153.
That he feels better today. It's a nice tonic, isn't it, victory? And Barrie Bates' exact words to me were, life in the old dog yet.
97.
I'd like to agree with you in the fact that victory is a good tonic, but I don't know what that feels like.
Every day is a victory working with me, Henry.
58. Chris, you require
Must have done something
56.
right. Mason will be hoping to do something right here and open up a 2-0 lead. Break a throw if he can get tops. Oh, he strays the other side into the single 5.
24.
That's a rare fly on the doubles
Gary, you
bid for
require
Mates.
153.
And so Robson returns to 153. And it needs to go. Doesn't go. And we could be seeing perhaps
40.
the most crucial darts
Chris,
at
you
double in this
require
group
32.
be thrown right here, right now. Double eight, double eight.
Why not? And I'm going to slightly disagree with
16.
you on that, because I
Gary,
still
you require
maintain that the first leg
113.
will prove to be the important one in this match. Because you see the difference. Since hitting that double, Mason's raced away through this leg. And Robson isn't going to get a go. Mason might get as many goes as he needs.
Chris, you require 60.
Because even that's a bit of a mess from Gary, isn't it? Only leaving 81 from 113.
That's game
And
short
it's
in
no
the
trouble
second
for
leg.
Mason.
Chris Mason.
Got the first leg on throw and now breaks, and he is in business. And it's a really strange
Third leg,
scenario,
it's
this for
Chris
Chris
to throw
Mason. He's sat
first.
here,
Game
he's seen
on.
it play out many times. If he wins this match, he'll feel like he's as good as through. If he loses it, it's very conceivable that he can find himself knocked
95.
off the top of the table in no time at all.
And if not qualifying's bad enough, he'll have to spend a night sat next to me tomorrow.
100.
Yeah, I mean, there's motivation and then there is necessity. And Chris Mason will be determined to get through the finals night for more reasons than one. Not least the £5,000 check that
58.
comes at the end of it if he wins it, and another week on the stage. Wonder how he feels about that.
It was interesting because at the end of that last leg, I
100.
watched Chris walk back straight down the hockey. Something you can only do when you break the throw. But it was a focus walk back. It was just, I don't know if he was looking at something at the back of the arena or something like that, but there's a
86.
real poise and real sharpness and a real focus about him now.
And maybe it's a message as well. You know, it's a tactic that people can employ. It's a
60.
habit. You said, I've just broken your throw, and I'm going to show you that by walking straight down the hockey. A message from Mason. 100.
100.
And I wonder, because we just have a little bit of an interlude, don't we, between legs here. You can
58.
slowly prowl your way down there, almost as if you're walking down the catwalk to a certain extent, and just force that issue your opponent. Send out that message. I have broken you.
70.
You have to come and break me now. Well, Robson could do that. I mean, those 2 single fives have not helped him because it's left him on 171, and now Mason is in.
And he might be walking down the red carpet for an
100.
entry to our VIP finals night on Saturday. Chris Mason, since winning that scrappy first leg, he's been
131.
head and shoulders above
Chris
Gary
Uruguay,
Robson in this match.
104.
But may have to take this out because that setup is as good as we've seen, really, from Robson in the game. It is an opportunity, though, for Mason.
88.
It's a miss by
Gary
Mason,
Uruguay,
and Robson does
40.
get the chance to cancel out the break of throw.
Double 10.
20.
But he won't get the chance to walk straight back down
Chris
the eye of the
Uruguay,
hockey.
16.
Instead, he'll be looking behind the shoulder of Chris Mason at double 8, and now double 4. And now double 2.
12.
But Robson will
Gary
return.
Uruguay, 20.
Well, sometimes it's the misses that are more important than the hits. And it's been a week of Chris Mason's greatest
That's
hits,
game
but that
short
could
and
be a big
third
miss.
leg. Gary Robson.
Again, like in the group, no cause for alarm just yet for Mason the ace, because Robson would still
Forward
need
leg,
to
it's
find
Gary
another
to throw
break if he is to
first.
beat Mason
Game
in this
on.
match. But it could have been oh so simple if Mason had managed to pin one of those double attempts.
46.
Well, we are effectively back on throw.
Missed 4 darts at double to make it 3-0 there, Chris Mason.
83.
I wonder how much we'll be talking about that later on in proceedings. As you can see, 2 from 13
100.
for Mace the ace, 1 from 6 for Robson. So they haven't been prolific on the outer ring thus far.
But you think the interesting thing for me is
46.
no 140s yet for Chris Mason. Nothing in the last 2 columns. He's been such a strong scorer this week. It's a bit of an off game, this. How much of it down to him feeling the pressure
102.
of actually getting there?
And also, this is his 5th day now of competitive action in a row. And we mentioned at the start of the week, we haven't seen Chris play big stage darts like this for 12 years or so.
100.
So he's gone straight from effective retirement into 5 days straight in, as we've described it many a time, perhaps
99.
one of, if not the most grueling schedule in darts over the course of a week. And he said yesterday, didn't he, in the interview with Abby, and it was quite telling. He said he was on fumes. He said that
100.
the tank is
Gary
pretty much
Uruguay,
empty.
154.
And so Mace is going to be on his reserves. Most of the players on a Friday are on their reserves if they've played the full allocation of days.
82.
But one thing I think Chris has as a distinct advantage compared to the others is fitness. That, I think, may come into play as the day goes on.
132. Gary Uruguay, 72.
Big exchange coming up once again, and we'll have a few of those before the day is out, I assure you of that. Gary Robson has hampered himself here,
Yeah,
but
that's
he's
game
found a
short on the
way
forward
past
leg.
the dart
Gary Robson.
that may have been blocking the bed. He gets a nod of the head and a tap of the thigh from his opponent, Chris
5th
Mason.
leg, it's Chris to throw
But
first.
things are getting very,
on.
very tense for Mason, who galloped away from the rest of the field yesterday with a 5-star showing, winning all of his games.
140.
Well, that's better. The first 140 of the match for Mason. That might just be exactly what he needed to make sure he keeps control of the contest. Still has it, despite letting a 2-leg lead slip.
45.
More than anything, it just tells Gary Robson, I'm still here and you still got to break me at some point. Well, you need to put in a decent leg. You're being put under a bit of pressure.
140.
Back-to-back 140s most definitely helps your cause.
And when fitness and stamina comes into play, it's in these marathon days, isn't it?
100.
Only short format matches. Anyone can win over a sprint, but who wins a race that may come into it, and Chris Mason admirably has looked after himself.
45.
He is 20 years my senior and in much better shape than I've ever been. Keeps himself physically well,
82.
mentally well. Having suffered on the other side of things, and I think you can only sit and watch in awe of what he's produced this week.
Admirable. Absolutely admirable.
42.
And remember, he didn't have to go through this. He could happily sit in this chair week after week, but he decided, you know what? I'm going to trust the courage of my convictions
43.
and give this a go.
Pressure required
And there would have been a lot of
134.
pressure on him because of his role here in another capacity. And you have to admire that, because look, it could have so easily have gone south and gone the other way. But look, we both know Chris well from working with him a lot. He wouldn't do something unless he knew he could do it.
Oh, brilliant from Robson.
Chris, you require
Can that ruffle
42.
the feathers at the end of what has been an excellent leg from Mason?
6.
Out of nowhere.
Gary,
Gary
required
Robson.
51.
And Mason misses 2 darts at double.
Yeah, that's
And
game
Robson
short in
mops up the
fifth
pieces
flag.
and breaks
Gary
Chris Mason
Robson.
again. And it is him who has the advantage now. Well, on Thursday, things
Six
were coming up
flag, it's
Mason,
Gary to
weren't
throw
they?
first. Game on.
The trees aren't exactly getting pulled up so far today. Gary Robson's on the hill.
81.
You know, you just look at his stats, Chris Mason, and he struggled in a lot of the closer matches.
59.
9 of Chris Mason's 13 victories have been won either 4-0 or 4-1.
134.
In the games that have gone 4-2 or 4-3, Mason has lost 7 of those matches
40.
this week. We saw him start to put that right. It was a worse record before yesterday, and he won a couple of battles, and I think that was helpful for Chris Mason. But today, we've seen him go down 4-3 to Norris from a 2-leg lead. We've seen him let a 2-leg lead slip in this one, and may lose 4-2 to Robson.
100.
However, he has the advantage in this leg, although I just sense on his face a little bit of frustration beginning to creep in.
Well, he would have felt that that last leg was as good as wrapped
43.
up. All he had left to do was tie the ribbon, and then Gary Robson came racing in with a pair of scissors and cut to pieces of wrapping paper.
22.
But that
Chris,
is a
you require
gift from
130.
Gary. It means that Mason doesn't have to go for the bull route on this. Well, he might go for the bull here. Certainly will now. No, it hasn't. Opted for treble 11 to leave double 16. Backed himself there, Chris Mason.
And he hasn't been shy to back himself this week, has he? So
99.
double
Chris, you
16
require
with
32.
dart 16 to win leg 6. Now double 8.
Yeah,
to
that's
take
game
us
short
the
in sixth
distance.
flag. Chris Mason.
And this may well be the biggest leg of the group so far, Chris Murphy.
Yeah, a real
7th and
pendulum
final leg.
swing of
It's
this
Chris to
match.
throw first.
And it
Game
all
on.
comes down to a single leg to see whether it is Chris Mason who takes another step towards qualifying for finals night tomorrow,
47.
or whether Gary Robson joins him on 10 points at the top of the table. Alan Norris, Barrie Bates, and maybe even Mark Layton are all cheering on
60.
Mason in the practice room. John Walton couldn't care less. He's out of the running now. But he's only lost 1 match in the group. It feels like this leg is to stem the tide for Chris
45.
Mason, which is a strange thing to say. It's not like he's on some sort of losing streak. but we saw the damage that back-to-back 4-3 defeats did to Alan Norris yesterday.
This is how crazy this
55.
format is. And not often in Super Series darts do we have one leg that affects the fortunes of 5 players. The whole practice room, I can tell you now, we're next door to it. It's been a hubbub of noise all day. You could hear a pin drop in there. That's the significance of the next couple of minutes, and it's because of significant darts like that.
Not really thinking here, Mace. If he does hit another treble, he's got to go downstairs.
139.
That leaves him on 170.
Robson should leave a finish on this juncture.
140.
Leaves a makeable finish on this juncture. And so Chris Mason wants the big fish for the glory, for the victory, to put himself on 12 points. It's not going to go. That's a flyer into single 5.
50.
And so Gary Robson returns for 106.
There's a lot that can go wrong with the 106 finish, depending on the route that's employed. But he gets a go at treble 18, which gets him a go at double 16. And Robson
Shot and a match.
has taken it in a last leg decider. Well, Mason, having won all of his matches yesterday, has lost his first 2 today. And that could be hugely significant with ramifications for the rest of the group, because suddenly Chris Mason has company at the top of the table. That 106 checkout, getting Gary Robson over the line in a last leg decider and joining Chris Mason on 10 points in the table. Abby will decipher that league table after the break, but that win is good news for Gary, possibly bad news for Mason and other players in the field as well, because Alan Norris and Barrie Bates are still 4 points off the pace ahead of their battle after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Gary Robson has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Chris Mason in what could be a huge game in the context of the league standings. A penny for the thoughts of Chris Mason after that one. It wasn't always pretty. Quite a few snatchy and edgy darts at the outer ring when it looked as though Mace was about to grab the match by the scruff of the neck. It allowed Robson back in a number of missed darts at double. It always looked, though, as if it was the ace who held the cards in that one, but Robbo continued to chip away and move to within one. Mace dug in to force a last leg decider, but it was Robbo who got over the line in the end. Let's take a look at the league table then. Mason's place in that league standing suddenly looks in jeopardy, although he remains top at the moment. Players are eating into that leg difference, and it's looking very congested behind him. With 3 games for the players left to play, the next game feels huge as well. It is, of course, Alan Norris against Barrie Bates. And a reminder as well that Norris has Robson up next after this one as well. So this could be a really, really big match. Alan Norris improving all the time. That last match he put in, the performance of Group C, didn't he? A superb 105.47 average in that one with 100% checkout success in that match. So it's all very congested in the league standings. One of these 2 players could move closer to the top 2. Let's get into it with our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. You get the sense that this game is a case of winner stays on in terms of qualifying through Group C. Both of these players on 6 points, and having seen Robson join Mason on double digits in terms of points in the group, you sense the loser's chances of getting to finals night will end with defeat here. Alan Norris has been the player to beat on Friday here at the Super Series. His last outing against John Boy Walton saw him get the highest average of the week so far, 105.47, and a 4-0 success against the 2001 BDO World Champion. Meanwhile, for Barrie Bates so far today, lost 4-2 to Gary Robson in his first match, for then winning that crucial all-Welsh battle against Mark Layton to zip, and he needed to win that quite convincingly because of his deficit in the legs difference column. So it is the Welshman Bates 66. Who get us underway. There's a man, Alan Chuck Norris, who's pretty much residing in every single part of Europe, but nowadays is down on the, I think, Somerset coast somewhere, isn't he? Round Yeovil way.
Yeah, and in terms of his darting locations, he's pitched his tent in double top in the last couple of matches this morning. Successful on that particular target 6 times in a row ahead of this opening leg against Barrie Bates. So Barrie, don't let him get down to a double. It's 8 doubles in a row hit by Alan Norris from 3-1 behind against Chris Mason. He went tops, then hit 3 double tops.
84.
Across his next couple of games, a double 12, another double top, and a bullseye without missing anything
60.
At the end of legs in that spell. If he carries on like that, then you fear for everyone he plays. But it's another result that went against him in the previous
100.
match. That victory for Robson against Chris Mason, who himself has now lost 3 times from 2-0 up. He was also 3-1.
93.
As I mentioned, against Norris. That's
158.
only happened 6 times all week, and he's been culpable for half of them.
Incredibly,
100.
we're talking about Alan Norris, a man in 4th, but if you actually turned around even 2 of those 4 threes, he'd be joint top of the group.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we mentioned it in the short race that is Group C, 2 days of action, 10 matches. Those early games can be significant. It was 3-4-3 defeats on the spin. That's not disaster for Barrie, double 2.
54.
But what it did do, it unsettled him a bit, didn't it? He had to step back and restart the whole routine. And if Alan Norris hits, well, even a single 20, he's getting 2 double tops anyway. A treble 20, Barrie Bates has got no chance. He's missed. He's
90.
missed. I can't believe it. He can't believe it. The problem for Alan Norris now is that he's been missing in runs and then hitting in runs. And that might just start to get in the mind.
The first leg.
Barrie Bates won't mind because he's taken the first leg.
In the madhouse, that is double 1.
Second leg, it's Alan to throw
He must have thought when Alan hit that dart at treble 20, I'm not coming back. Well, he came back and he took full advantage of the opportunity, leading Alan Norris 1-0.
93.
Well, I'm pretty glad I reeled off that double hitting run in the first leg, because come to a crashing halt
100.
now. Big game. I think Henry described it right. His winner stays in terms of contention for a place at finals night in this one, and all the good work that Norris has done this morning could be under threat here, and it could be Barrie Bates that emerges as the dark horse
82.
to book his place in Saturday's session. I did say even defeat when I spoke to Abby. Even defeat against Robson should not be a time for Chris Mason to panic. Let's not forget his next match is against John Walton, who is without a hope of qualifying. Brilliant that from Norris to
100.
get himself down to a finish after 9.
And you require 105.
2 excellent visits, so 1, 2, 3, followed by the 180. 25 first start, tops.
Yeah,
He's found the doubles bet again, Murph.
Well, I'd make it the third time that he's hit tops in the last couple of days. He's actually
Third leg
better
is Barrie to throw first.
at 80 checkouts than he is at 40 checkouts, Alan Norris.
He should
69.
score on tops first start.
But he's up there again, hovering around 3 figures. I know we're only 2 legs into this, but Norris is looking like a different man today. Looking more confident,
55.
more assured, more like a man who believes that he has a right to play at finals night.
And
100.
we both saw Alan this morning before play got underway. Saw him both mornings before play got underway in this group. Understandably yesterday, felt there was just a couple little bit of nerves adjusted to this new stage. A lot of the players that come here for the first time have felt that because of the stage environment. I just saw a man this morning, and I know you had a little bit of a chat with him, that just felt relaxed, felt at home, as if he's been here forever.
Yeah, he looked like a different person today. He's a very amiable, jovial, jolly type of fellow, Alan Norris. Great company, always willing to have a conversation, not the kind of player who worries about getting his concentration broken, walking through the corridors, head down, headphones in. You know, he's always up for a chat, Alan Norris, and he had a little joke saying that he felt that I put him under pressure by making him favourite when talking to Abby at the top of the show yesterday. But, you know, he said he was only joking. He watched the action last night as well, so maybe he didn't get as much sleep as he should have done. But just got a spring in his step today, hasn't he?
You require 136.
Barrie Bates is always that kind of character as well. Happy-go-lucky, I think, is a good way to describe him. But he's not happy nor lucky in this visit so far.
26.
He's one of those characters that
167.
there's an unquestionable will to win, but he's also one of those that if it goes, it goes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. This could go for Norris. Bullseye.
Yeah,
For the 167.
than the third leg.
And it's more doubling brilliance from Alan Chuck Norris. This time on the bullseye. This time a 167. That's our biggest finish of the week so far.
Come on.
It's an exhibition of finishing from Alan Chuck Norris.
Well, the missing didn't last long, did it?
123.
He'd hit 8 doubles on the spin. Then he missed a couple. Now he's hit a couple more.
60.
So 10 out of 12, having missed all of those darts at double yesterday and in the start of his match against Chris Mason today. Alan Norris has put things right, and how? And that showstopper
54.
of a 167 was for a breaker throw. Barrie Bates was sitting on 110 when that went.
140.
Alan Norris's running average today is 95.5. When you compare that to yesterday, it's 82.69. So that is
44.
a 13-point difference in the averages overnight. And that is why he is making the charge here on Friday at the Super Series. There's always a player that on the second day of a Group C or a Group B is the one that progresses their way up the table from that middle pack. Alan Norris could well be that player today. He's being the most imperious player today.
How significant does that comeback win against Chris Mason look now in game 2? Considering that Alan Norris lost 3 matches, his first 3 matches in this group in last leg deciders. Getting that win looks huge now. Just look at him now. Completely different man.
41.
He's got a swagger about him.
40.
And what a turnaround this is from Alan Norris, from 3-1 down early on today against Chris Mason. When his hopes are in the darting doldrums, he now finds himself 3-1 up against Barrie Bates, and if he can win one more, will find himself within 2 points of not just second spot, but top spot as well.
And don't forget, every single match has been must-win for Alan Norris today because other results have gone against
60.
him. Every time he's done something good for himself, another player, Gary Robson, for example, in fact, Gary Robson both times has gone and put more
96.
distance between them, keeping the same gap that he had coming into the day. And Norris has just kept on. This is
57.
a really good display once again from Alan Norris. You see the disparity in the averages there, more than 20 points. Playing at that standard that Henry mentioned he's been playing on average for
60.
the day. And really, to me, it looks very likely now that Alan Norris against Gary Robson
100.
in game 11 could be a winner-takes-all contest.
I just wonder whether the element of knockout darts that would have been associated with Alan today may have helped him, that he knows that if he loses, he's probably out at any juncture. I wonder whether that's possibly helped him in his advances up Group C.
But if you're wondering if he's up for it, just go back to the 80 checkout, go back to the 167 checkout and listen to the roar
60.
from Norris as he chucked it in.
$85.
Well, can he finish it off in style, Alan? He's already had 2 ton-plus checkouts in this match. He could still finish with a 3rd. He won't on this juncture, or at this juncture, and Bates returns to 99.
And you can understand the route as well. He's been so proficient on top, so he went for
99.
a couple of 54s to get there. Now Barrie Bates looking at the ice cream shot. He can't do the Norris
39.
and apply the toppings.
And you require 56.
And instead could be toppled because Alan Norris is going to have 2 goes at his favourite target. But over the last hour or so, there has only been one outcome.
Game,
and that
shot,
is it.
and the match, Alan Norris.
Alan Norris carries on the climb up the league table, and in doing so, probably eliminates Barrie Bates from the running, but he was good value for the victory. An average of almost 20 points higher than his opponent. The only 1H of the match went his way as well. And that blockbuster 167 checkout that really turned the tie in his favour. Can he do it? Can Alan Norris catapult himself from the lower reaches of the Group C table to qualifying for finals night? Well, he's only 2 points off the pace. Chris Mason has another chance to edge closer to finals night himself. He's lost his first couple of matches, but he takes on cellar dweller John Walton next.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Alan Norris has just made it 3 wins from 3 in Group C this morning. A 4-1 victory for him in that match over Barrie Bates. Alan Norris surprised us all yesterday, didn't he, with his below par performances. Today he's been focused, he's looked like he has the bit between his teeth, and his performance levels have raised a significant amount. As you can see there, an average just shy of 95 in that one. For the 3rd time in Group C, Norris pinned tops to win a leg. Absolutely remarkable stuff from him to then pin a 167 outshot. That is our highest finish of the week so far. We can see what that does to the league standings then, and as the guys in commentary mentions, that's probably ends Barrie Bates' chances of qualifying for finals night. But Alan Norris up to 3rd in the league standings on 8 points, and he could even end up topping the table in this one. Next up, we've got John Walton against Chris Mason. Mace losing both of his matches so far in last leg deciders. Robbo getting the better of him in his last match. Here we can see him pinning a 106 checkout to get the better of him in that last leg decider. Walton, of course, has nothing to play for anymore. He's rooted to the bottom of the table, but it feels like a big game for Chris Mason just to get that confidence boosting win if he can win by a good margin. Let's get into this one then and hand back over to the lads in commentary.
Yes, Abby, certainly a big game for Chris Mason, but probably the ideal opponent to play in it, because John Walton has been out of contention for a good old while now, seemingly, and has only won 1 leg so far today. That came in his opening defeat against Mark Layton, since battered by a brilliant Alan Norris, who's doing everything right, but it still might not be enough because Gary Robson keeps picking up victories as well. Robson takes on Layton next, a result that could see Norris still 4 points off the pace if Mason wins here and Robson gets the better of Mark Layton there. But if Layton wins, then it could really be bunched up between the 3 of them, assuming Mason gets the better of Walton. And despite the fact that he's yet to record a victory
First leg
today,
is John the throw first. Game on.
I can't see anything other than a Chris Mason victory in this match, Henry. Can you?
Everything that we look at points towards a win for Chris Mason. That's no disrespect to John Walton
100.
whatsoever, but the statistics just scream a Mason win. The way they played this week has screamed a Mason win. Confidence-wise, it screams a Mason win. And of course, Walton with the caveat of the shoulder injury as well, which has not helped him. And I think as
60.
the week's gone on, the injury obviously isn't going to get better the more you play in this rigorous format.
Well, they weren't good darts from Chris Mason. He scored 60, but one of the key features of his game this week has been his
40.
tightness around the treble 20. They were rather spread out. Are we seeing a little bit of self-inflicted pressure of crossing the line from Chris?
58.
And is that the key to Walton winning? Is the match all about Mason?
Chris now has something that he hasn't faced in about 12 years. He has something to play for.
60.
He has something to defend. Okay, he's played for 4 days, but this is the sort of scenario that he would have been so used to on the Pro Tour and in the professional ranks over a number of years, but he hasn't faced for a while.
59.
Yeah, and probably something that is not a familiar feeling at all, really, for Chris Mason, because when you talk about the Pro Tour and the PDC tournaments that he played in, etc., and the video before that, but, you know, when he lost, he was out. That was it. And I think the key word you use is defend, and I think I'm getting the sense that that's what Chris Mason is starting to do.
John, you
and if
require
he was sat
62.
here, we'd be saying you can't defend in darts, you have to attack. It's all out attack from John Walton at the start of this match. Very strong leg of darts from him.
46.
Mason not even in it.
You know what we said about a couple of minutes ago? Shall we change that?
Well, the evidence isn't great in the early exchanges in this game.
38. John, you
Penny
require
for the thoughts
60.
of Chris Mason at the moment.
2 8s.
Yeah, that's game
And
short in the
Walton
first
takes
leg.
the opening
John
leg,
Walton.
leads Chris Mason by a leg to 0 here. Hold a throw in the opener
Second leg is Chris a throw
for
first.
John Boy.
Game on.
And the eyes in the practice room will just suddenly peer towards the TV monitor they have in the corner of the room.
93.
Yeah, well, we may have been writing off John Walton wrongly at the start of this match, because we were talking about whether or not Gary Robson beats Mark Layton in the next one in terms of Alan Norris
81.
trying to get into the top 2. He could get a favour from John Walton here. He's also 2 points behind Mason, not just Robson.
96.
We're both big football fans, Murph. How many times do we see teams at the top of the league lose to the team at the bottom of the league? Because the team at the bottom's got absolutely no pressure. They've got no weight of
55.
expectation to beat the team at the top. All the pressure's lumbered on the one at the summit.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? If they played the match
140.
99 times, Chris Mason might win it something like 95. The same as if Man City played... Who is bottom of the Premier League these days? Got to get the analogy right.
Nottingham Forest.
135.
Yeah, you would expect it, but from time to time, can upset the odds. And usually when the top team isn't at full strength. Now in darts, slightly different, because
32.
you're not changing personnel, but what Chris Mason might have done is change mentality.
Do you reckon Erling Haaland's good at darts?
Well, I've got no idea, Henry.
76.
There are a few decent
Chris
darts playing
Uruguay,
footballers, actually. James
140.
Maddison is one that appeared on the PDC Home Tour special. Well, this will be an excellent finish from Chris Mason.
120. John Uruguay,
Just wide of the post,
154.
but Walton on a big one himself.
To break a throw. And that would have been an inspired finish from John Boy. Mason then back on double 10 after 15. Much better second
5.
leg
Chris
compared
Uruguay,
to the first.
20.
Up for double 5. Now, he may decide to
No
bust this,
score.
does decide
John
to bust it with
Uruguay,
Walton all the way back on
149.
149. When you consider in the last visit, Walton was on 154. He should have left it much, much handier than this. And so Mason will get
82.
more at double
Chris
10 to level us
Uruguay,
up.
20.
Needs to settle here, Chris Mason. That's a way off. A way off.
That's
No
pretty much a
score.
carbon copy
John
visit.
Uruguay is 67.
Yeah, it's a real wobble here against Walton from Chris Mason. Can he dig himself out of the hole? Or is Walton going to whack him on the head with the shovel here?
27. Chris Uruguay, 20.
I'm rarely biased in the commentary box, but I really want to see this go in. Because the longer it goes on, the worse it's
10.
going to get for Mason.
John Uruguay, 40.
That's no 8 darts missed at double.
And the fact it's only 8 as well, he's missed at double, and you consider that he's been there for a number of visits. Double 10.
30.
The doubles are a
Chris
trouble for both of these
Uruguay,
players,
10.
and Mason will return.
And this is why I felt it was an ideal match for Mason, because he can afford mistakes. Walton is going to give him opportunities, but he isn't taking them.
6.
And he's hoping for more.
John Uruguay,
Big puff of the
10.
cheeks there from Chris Mason. Back to hoping. 3 times. He's been 2-0 behind
No
in this
score.
group
Chris Uruguay,
and gone on to
4.
lose. Doesn't find himself 2-0 behind yet.
That's
Doesn't at
game
all,
short
because
in
he
the
finds
second
double
leg.
2.
Chris
But it's a
Mason.
scrappy leg. But maybe just levelling the match is
Third
exactly
leg
what
is
Mason
Jonathan
needed.
First. Game on.
I think we best move on.
Well, look, it's not always going to be neat and tidy stuff, but
81.
the ability to hit a double when you've just missed a bucket load under pressure with the context of the league table and the position that Mason finds himself in, that could be the most important leg of darts he plays all day.
140.
Completely agree. As you say, the mental challenges ain't so much when things are going well, and you're averaging in the 90s and things are going great.
125.
It's when you're going through this moment. And again, it's the first time Chris has probably felt this type of pressure for 12 years. And now we're going to see how he can react to that. Well, he's going to give us all the answers here.
140.
Amazing what hitting one double can do. It's a brace of ton 40s to launch an assault on the Walton throat.
60.
Just getting tighter around that treble, isn't he? Just shaken off maybe some of the nerves.
42.
The scoring phase isn't actually too bad. It's hit 3 ton 40 pluses.
Yeah, but 2 of them have come in this leg.
But yes, agreed. But he has
85.
outscored Walton by and large.
Yeah, it was the first leg he wasn't scoring, and then the second leg he struggled on the doubles. So hopefully for him in the third leg, it all comes
99.
together.
John, you require 150.
But you'd think that he'll afford more opportunities at double. Look, he doesn't want to miss a bucket load at double, but as you mentioned, this is the
90.
kind of
Chris, you
game where
require
you may
80.
be able to get away with certain bits. Don't want to get away with it for too much longer. He's going to get one dart, or should get one dart, at tops.
Yeah, that's game short.
And it's as easy as that in the end for Chris Mason. Struggled with the doubles in the last leg. Gets it first time of asking in this.
Forward
Breaks the
like
throw
it's
of John
Chris's throw
Walton.
first.
Leads 2-1. And maybe the tungsten tide is a turning, as Chris rightly said. It was a scrappy leg, the second leg, but it could be an oh-so-pivotal one.
57.
Yeah, some say, look, the previous leg has no bearing on the next one, but I am going to peddle the narrative here that had Chris Mason lost that previous leg and still not hit a dart of double, we wouldn't have seen him go out in 15 darts in the one that followed.
It's easier to put things at the back of your mind when you've won the leg.
Well, it would have been a relief, wouldn't it? And
140.
relief gets rid of stress, gets rid of tension. When he pinned that double two, it wouldn't have been ecstasy from Chris Mason or real, pleasure or pride in what he'd achieved. It would have been simply relief that that leg was over and he got away with it. But now he might get away from John Walton and start once again to get away from
92.
the field. He'll put 4 points. This is how big it is. He'll put 4 points between himself and Alan Norris, and they'll only have 2 games left to play. Granted,
95.
he's already played Norris, and Mark Layton would have 3 games left to play still, but that's against Gary Robson, and he has a chance to beat Layton himself later on. So victory here,
96.
still probably good enough to put Mason through. And he's just been teetering on that tightrope all day, hasn't he?
Yeah, you'd say he's on de facto qualification point.
100. Chris, you require 116.
116 to put himself one away from what could be a crucial victory. 96 left. So looking for that treble to leave double 18 until Walton will return
88.
for 1,
John,
2, 1. And what a time this would be for a ton plus out for John Boy.
It's on. Bullseye.
Yeah, that's game
that's
short.
going to hurt Chris Mason. He laid up, he had the opportunity. He was expecting to throw
5th flag is John the
at
throw
double
first.
14, but a
Game
brilliant
on.
bullseye break. So 1-2-1 check out for Walton, and he's back in business.
$60.
So 2-2. And once again, Mace has to do it the hard way. By no fault of his own, by the brilliance of his opponent.
140.
But reacts to the setback by kicking off with a ton 40.
45. $32.
I think there's just a little issue here with the scoreboard. You can see Marco May, the referee, there just telling the players that there's a little bit of an issue. It's frozen and it will be thawed out as we try to get things sorted out here. Chris Mason, well, this is probably the worst time for him for something like this to happen, Henry. Now, I'm going to ask you a question, because at the start of the day, it was unthinkable that Mason might not make it to finals night. Do you think now that he's starting to think that that might be a real possibility?
I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting concept, because I've mentioned quite a lot the fact that he hasn't been in this environment for 12 years. So we don't know what his thought process is going to be like. He won't even know what his thought process is going to be like. But if I was in that scenario, I'll be perfectly honest. I'd say after 10 points in the opening day, probably 1 win and I'm in. And you should hope that everybody else causes carnage around you. And I still think if Chris Mason wins 1 game today, he's into tomorrow night's final. In what position, we'll find out. But
well, that win looked like it was coming here. Let's take a look at the league table. Chris Mason, top of it on 10 points still. You can see there, same as Gary Robson. Now, if he wins this match that he's tied at 2-2 with against John Walton, he will get that 1 win that might see him in, because they're running out of games to catch him. Don't forget, Alan Norris has won all of his matches so far. It still might be a gap that is too wide for him to bridge if Mason wins this and then Robson beats Mark Layton in the next game. But still at the moment, 4 players firmly in contention. And right now, it could be any 2 of those 4, couldn't it?
indeed it could. And also, don't stop the spoiler alert as well, because Barrie Bates could more than ruin the group for someone as well at the same time. So it may not just be as much as the 4 at the top trying to catch. Bates is more than capable of causing a little upset or 2 somewhere along the line. And that's the interesting narrative that we have as this Group C comes towards a close.
Yeah, and as could John Walton, who might be doing it right here. He's just taken out a brilliant 1-2-1 finish on the bullseye when Mason was waiting on double 14 to lead the match 3-1. So there are a couple of players in there. They're not just here from this point to make up the numbers. They want to amass as many points as possible. I do believe now, Henry, that we are going to get this game back underway, and it is a crucial few legs coming up.
Crucial juncture in this particular match as John Walton gets us back underway. We will get back to the live pictures very shortly indeed. Whilst you can actually see us on your screen, why don't you head over to dartshop.tv and get your tickets for tomorrow night's finals here at the MODUS Super Series. They are free of charge. Dartshop.tv, the place to be to get your tickets for that. A nice little sporting fist bump as we get back underway. Apologies about the slight stoppage in play.
30.
And apologies, you had to see our ugly mutts.
Well, that's the final straw, Henry. I'll be writing to management after the game. Speak for yourself.
100.
I always told I had a face for radio.
Yeah, but you didn't have to lump me in with that, did you? I'm quite happy with mine.
85.
Well, how happy is Chris Mason right now? And the faces that he was pulling yesterday were smiles, and they've been turned upside down into frowns today. But look at this. It was worth the wait, wasn't it? And it's worth its weight in gold.
Because it puts him on the cusp of a breaker throw that will see him go 3-2 in front.
58.
It was as if there wasn't a break at all. Ironically, for the break, tops.
Yeah, that's game
And you know what?
short in the
After
fifth
everything that
flag. Chris
happened midway
Mason.
through that leg, to come out of it and win it in 14 speaks oodles about the class that Chris Mason
Sixth flag
has.
is Chris to throw first. Game on. 96.
Mason. 1 away. Potentially 1 away from getting through the group. We were saying at the start of the day we thought 12 points would be
41.
enough. Still not certain it will be. But 12 points and a healthy leg difference might be. And Mason, if he wins this by 2 legs, will put himself 5
99.
legs clear of Gary Robson in second place. And of course, that is a margin that can't be bridged in just 1 match. So that's significant too.
45.
And you get the sense that when you look at Gary Robson's remaining fixtures, he's got Mark Layton to come, he's got Alan Norris to come. And then John Walton to come in the last game. Especially 2 out of the 3, you'd expect to go quite close as well.
Well, let's see where his head is, because a few times earlier in this match, he's not thought about the counting. He doesn't have to think about it, to be honest, because Walton isn't anywhere near. Still shaking his head. That's where it is.
44.
Just opens doors, doesn't he, Chris Mason? Very polite fellow. Come on in, John.
Go and have a sit down next to the fire and have a cup of tea. Chris Mason will be hoping to open the door to the practice room very shortly, and on the back of a 4-2 victory.
100.
That ton sees him within 3 darts of doing so, and to put him on a dozen points in the group, to put him on the hill of qualification.
It's Walton who needs to think here. Should go for the bull.
51.
Well, that was the intention. Look at the reaction from John Walton there. Like a terrier baring its teeth. A wayward one, but because Walton isn't on a finish,
44.
still Mason knows he's going to get the opportunity. It will be 1 dart at double minimum, barring a darting disaster. And today has been a bit of a darting disaster for Chris Mason. Can he finally get some relief and get that winning feeling? It's only going to be the bullseye, you know. 13. Bull to win.
49.
Trays the other side into the 25, and so the weight goes on. Walton wants 82 to take us the distance. Double 16. Strays into the single 8.
58.
So Chris Mason will return for 25 to seal his first victory of the day. Double 8 he wants.
9.
But the opportunity comes and goes, and Walton returns for 24.
Well, this is incredible. You've got the bottom of the table, John Walton here, threatening to spring a surprise, the ultimate upset.
That's game short,
and he does have the darts in the last leg decider. Mason has missed for the match. Squandered an opportunity, a chance, a golden chance.
Is John the throw first.
And look at him in the corner of your screen there. 1 leg, Chris. Just has to hold it together for 1 leg, but holding it together has not been something that he's been able to do so far today.
95.
Defeated 4-3 by Alan Norris, having led that match 3-1. Defeated 4-3 by Gary Robson, having led that match 2-0.
81.
And here, having been 3-2 to the good, throwing first and having matched darts, he finds himself in a last leg decider and hoping for mistakes like this from his opponent.
70.
And this room can be a very, very lonely place when you feel you're in the tungsten abyss. It is a big room when nobody's there. It is an open
26.
room, it's an enclosed room.
And do you know what an empty room does do? It makes the tense moments more tense. The sound of silence is kind of not the one you want to hear
55.
in those moments. You want to be lost in a wall of noise. It's just him and his opponent and the dartboard. But that one's perfectly pitched, and it only takes a visit. It only takes a visit to change Mason's mood.
140.
And that's a good one.
Needed it, you sensed as well.
Yeah, it only gets him back in the leg. And Walton is now trying to put him out of it.
95.
6 on 2, 5, 4. First dart was set up perfectly.
100.
The sense of ton may not be enough.
Bit of a pull that last dart from Chris Mason. John Walton has been very generous with offering chances, and he's offered another here. Most generous Yorkshireman I've ever met.
26. Chris, you require 154.
154 for the win. Treble 18. Would have left himself a dart at tops. So Walton wants 160
65.
to severely dent Mason's hopes of qualification, to severely open up this group.
And the last dart there from Chris Mason means that he might not get anything better than a dart at the bullseye, even if Walton doesn't take this out, which he won't, because he keeps finding the fives. A bunch of fives from Walton towards the end of the leg is offering opportunities to Chris Mason, but this 89 is huge. And he's not even going to get a go at the bull. Then he's gone for the bull, which is probably not the right route in that spot. He's hoping Walton doesn't weigh in with a ton-topping checkout, and he comes back with 3 clear at tops. The tension almost unbearable for Chris Mason here.
But he is going to return for tops. It could save his darting blushes.
Require 40.
But that's mismatched darts for Mason. And Walton, incredibly, is back again.
It's more misses. Match darts upon match darts. Missed a handful in the previous leg. 3 more in this one. Should have had more. And now John Walton has 2 to be the ultimate party pooper.
Game.
Can you believe it? John Walton, the man at the bottom of the table, has hit Chris Mason hard. A 4-3 defeat. The wound is self-inflicted from Mason there. 16 darts missed at the double, many of them for the match for Mace, who now finds himself suddenly in a precarious position. Still on 10 points where he started the day, having lost 3 matches on the spin. And Chris Mason is in trouble. Gary Robson and Mark Layton will play next. And whatever happens, it spells bother for Mace the ace, because Layton will join Robson and Mason on 10 points at the top of the table if he wins. And if Gary Robson wins, Mason, for the first time in this group, will no longer be the league leader. Could it happen? Could Chris Mason crash in Group C? We'll find out over the next couple of hours.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Chris Mason has just lost his third successive game of the day by the same scoreline. They've all been in last leg deciders. It was far from convincing. Mace really going through it out there this morning. It was incredibly tense. Mason coming through close and scrappy legs in the opening stages of that match, until a 1-2 win on a 1-2-1 on the bull from Walton. In the decider then, Mace missed match darts and Walton proved that he may be out but will play a big part in determining who goes through from this group. We can take a look at the league table then. Mace, as he was at the start of the day, still on 10 points. He's still top for the time being, but it looks like that will change at some point. Barrie Robson has the opportunity to move top of the table in this next match. At this point, it does feel like any slip up from the top four players will prove incredibly costly. So quite a bit of pressure on Barrie Robson in this next match. Layton, of course, they're going down 4-0 in his match to Barrie Bates earlier on. Robson won his opening 2 matches of the day. It feels like this will be a really big one, though, because his next match comes up against Norris, where you feel one of those two will put themselves in prime position to qualify through to finals night. So then, can Barrie Robson keep the pressure on and move to the top of the table with victory here? Let's find out and hand back over to the commentary team.
So can Barrie go top, or can Layton level with Robson and Mason on 10 points? And we thought there might be one place to play, at the start of the day. We didn't think at this juncture there'd be a couple. But Chris Mason has put himself in peril by losing his first 3 matches, particularly that unexpected defeat at the hands of bottom of the table, John Walton. And now this becomes a huge game, and one, in fact, where suddenly, if you were saying that the last one would have seen Chris Mason as good as through, you have to say a win here would probably do the job for Barrie Robson.
I never thought I would say this. Norris probably wants Barrie Robson to win this particular match. Would you rather have someone outright on 12 and then chase Mason on 10 and Layton on 8? Or would you want 3 on 10 and you 2 behind? Interesting dynamic.
Well, Norris plays both Layton and Robson, so I think he couldn't care less, to be honest, because he can do damage to either of those players. And if Robson loses the game, then a win against him gets him above him.
60.
And a win against Layton gets him above him. So I actually think that Norris really doesn't care at this point. He's backing himself to have a clean sweep. And if he does that, then we've kept saying it, 12 points should be enough. And it's looking
60
to be right. But I don't think any of us, including Chris Mason and the other 5 players in the field, thought that Mason might not get there.
I mean, we said earlier on, for Norris, it's a case of survival with every single game he plays. So he just has to win and then just see what happens alongside him. As you say, I don't think you mentioned he may not care less who wins, but he will definitely keep an interested eye on this result.
77.
He is in action against Barrie Robson, as you mentioned, in game 11. John Walton takes on Barrie Bates in the game after this one. That is probably the only dead rubber we're going to see today.
Yeah, I genuinely think, actually, that the better result for him,
100.
I maintain that he won't care at all because he plays both players. I think the better result for him is actually Mark Layton to win. Because if it's Robson and Mason, then despite the slide that Mason's on,
60.
it's still out of Norris's hands then, because Mason's playing a different 2 opponents. If he goes on and wins his game, even if Norris beats Robson, if he wins his other match, Barrie Robson, then he's going to be through at the expense of Norris. So
45.
yeah, it's really interesting what he's thinking backstage right now. But the person who I would most like to know what they're thinking is Chris Mason. And squandered opportunities. I actually want to go back to that decision to go bull double 16 when he had 2 darts left on 82 towards the end of the match, because for me that was the wrong call and one that Mason would have criticised if he was sitting here.
96. Barrie, you require 121.
But doesn't it just show how easy it is when you're in the seats that we occupy compared to what it's like when the lights are on, when you're in the heat of battle. Well, Gary Robson there,
81.
interestingly,
140.
decided not to opt for the bullseye on 1-2-1. Is that going to be a decision he may learn to regret? Gets away with that, I think. Interesting play.
100.
Very interesting
Gary, you
play.
require 40.
Yeah, percentage play from Gary Robson. And I think it's a play that he was more likely to make in
That's
leg
game
1
short
than
in the
leg
first
7 of a
leg.
match.
Gary Robson.
But he lands double top to
Second.
take the opener. Speaking of 7, that's the amount of darts that Mason missed for
Second
the
leg
match
is
against
Mark
John
the throw
Walton.
first. Game on.
He will be kicking himself, I feel sure of that. I think I can hear him through the wall doing that right now.
$140.
Who did you have from the off in this one, Murph?
Gary Robson, I think.
125.
I hate to agree with you, but I have to. I feel Layton won a lot of scraps yesterday, and I just
60.
feel the quality in this group has gone up somewhat on Friday. And as a consequence of it, the pieces he was able to pick up upon yesterday are not there as much today.
180.
Yeah, and do you know what? I think he probably, his points tally has outperformed his performances so far. Mark Layton. The 180 from Gary Robson
41.
helps him bid to break here.
$41.
Only 41 to follow it, though. Layton, if he can stay straight, well, that is put paid to that already. Couldn't stay there.
95. Gary, you require 155.
Should have gone for the middle bit. May live to regret it.
139.
Leaves himself double 8 after 12, Robbo, for a 2-0 lead in next to no time at all. Averaging shade under 95.5 here. Really good performance for the
45.
Tuxton
Gary, you
Tyneside.
require 16.
Double 8 for a 13 dart leg. Difficult.
8.
Fails to find
Mark,
it.
you require 120.
Can Layton climb the ladder? 2060, any order? But Robson will return.
45. Gary, you require 8.
No, double 4 for the break. 2 twos. Madhouse, this is getting messy.
Yeah, that's game short in the second
But he
leg.
gets there in the
Gary
end, Gary
Robson.
Robson. And if he went inside on the double 1 or missed that double 1, Layton could have been in
Third
for an
leg is Gary, you
unexpected
throw first.
hold of
Game
throw.
on.
Robson holds all the trump cards at this present moment in time.
Well, assuming Robson wins this match, this is the final match of our
50.
third round of fixtures today. He will get to 12 points. He has Alan Norris and John Walton left to play. Norris has Robson and Layton left to play. Chris Mason has Barrie Bates and
96.
Layton left to play. So there is still a chance for Chris Mason to get to 14 points. There's still a chance to get to 14 points for Gary Robson, but Alan
58.
Norris can only get to a maximum of 12. There is still possibilities that 2 or maybe even 3 of the players might end up all on 12 points, and 12 isn't enough for one of them to get through.
60.
We'll have to find the abacus again.
She's upstairs on the balcony. I'm sure Abby Davis will have all the permutations ready for us after the next break.
62.
See, what you don't know and you don't get to see behind the scenes is Abby's got a massive notepad where she scribbles down all the mathematical equations. It's like that scene from The Hangover, you know, where Alan works out all the scenarios in that Las Vegas casino. It's a little bit like that.
I thought she did it all in her head. Robson, 2 legs ahead in this game. Layton on 299. Should come down with his first dart. Probably won't. It is true, Henry, that you can't teach old dogs new
60.
tricks.
Darts is so much, isn't it, about muscle memory. So if all your muscle memory knows is just going for the treble 20 bed with every single scoring visit, it's hard to retrain it. Which is why in academies and things like that
42.
now,
Gary, you require
they will teach them
146.
different ways to go for things. They'll have specialist games of outshots. We'll talk about that maybe a bit more in the next leg, because Gary Robson here wants 146. He's going to get 6 at it for a 3-0 lead. And you have to say it's been really, really comfortable for Robbo thus far, the former World Trophy champ.
Double 18 for 3-0. Robson, the man that is making the move in this group.
77. Gary, you require 36.
And if he wins the match by 2 legs or more, he'll go top of the table. I think he was thinking about splitting just for a moment there, but he'll try and bounce it in off that barrel.
32.
But it's a better miss than had he found the single 9.
Here a disaster, and Layton again finds himself on Shanghai. He wants a big one, a little one, and then the top. But that single one does absolutely nothing to his course.
But you
goes downstairs.
You said he wanted a big one, Henry, and he got it.
4.
Double 2 for 3-0. Robson winning the race at the moment. About to go into pole position in Group C.
Forward leg
1 leg away from doing so.
Game
And for the first time, Chris Mason may find himself not at the summit of the stack.
Now, I mentioned in the last
32.
leg about the counting involving the players in this particular group, and this is kind of the changing face of darts these days. Obviously, we have a lot of academies now. The JDC do some excellent work, as do many organisations involved in the sport. In those academies, one of the things they'll teach them is checkouts, the right ways to go for checkouts. They'll do specialist games, specialist things like that. And that's the evolution now of the modern dart player. And it's interesting when you see some of the old school play the new school, how we've seen the evolution of the finishes.
Yeah, some darts players now are playing it like a frame of snooker, where they start counting from the very first dart. Thinking from the first visit, the best way to leave a finish, or the best way to leave the best way to leave a finish.
45.
The Dutch players are very much an example of that, aren't they? In terms of, right from the very first visit, they'll work their way towards a finish, or route towards a finish that visit before quite quickly.
Well, you want to be leaving 0s, 1s, 4s and 7s, don't you? So you're not getting down to 160 something after 9 or 12 darts where you can't go out.
85.
Talking about leaving bogeys, that's exactly what Mark Layton's done there.
Well, there's nothing he could have done
140.
with the last start there, having strayed into the 5s. A misfire rather than a miscount on this occasion.
Kudong on 279, he should have gone down first. I'm being hypercritical.
59. Gary, you require 139.
Scrap that.
99. Mark, you require 100.
Well, this is to say, innit? Can Mark lay a ton? No, he can't, and I think maybe with the low of the first
80.
start, it should have been tops to
Gary, you
tops.
require 40.
He hits tops, but if Robson hits tops, then it's a 4-0 win, and he goes top.
Game.
And the
shot,
Tyneside
and the
is
match,
top of the
Gary
pile.
Robson.
Gary Robson gets the better of Mark Layton by 4-0. And the Tungsten Tide is a turning in Group C. We have a brand new leader, and that leader is Gary Robson, courtesy of that 4-0 success against the Welshman Mark Layton. 4 from 13 on the doubles. Mark Layton didn't even get a dart at double in that particular matchup. He's going to have to sharpen up if he's going to keep his hopes of progression alive. A 4-0 victory then for Gary Robson puts him top of the group. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we're going to see two players who can't make it through, but they're battling to finish as high up the table as possible. It's John Walton up against Barrie Bates.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Gary Robson with victory has just moved top of the Group C table. At times this week we've seen Gary Robson drop off a little at this time of the day, but he's been fairly consistent here today, averaging just below 80 in that one, 4 out of 13 on the outer ring. 180 apiece in that one, but as you can see, Mark Layton not getting a dart at double in that match. That makes things very interesting going into the next round of games, because that sets up Robson's match against Alan Norris very nicely indeed. They meet in match 11 after this match that's coming up next, and you feel that Chris Mason, who could still end the day on 14 points, he may well want Robson to win that match against Norris to enhance his chances of going through. That would mean a win for him over Mark Layton in his next match would probably see him go through with Robson. So next up then, it's a bit of a dead rubber. It's John Walton against Barrie Bates. Neither of these players can now make it through to finals night. John Walton, though, we've just seen his 1-2-1 in his victory over Chris Mason in his last match. Both of these players could still play a part in who does go through to finals night. Let's get into this one then and hand back over to our commentary team.
Well, if it hadn't been for Cotton Eye Joe, Mason may have been through a long time ago, but he has caused some carnage at the top of the group. These two will play the role of spoilers as the group heads towards a conclusion. But they face off against each other to try and get some crucial points to try and finish their campaign as high up the table as they possibly can. Bates on 6 points, having won 3 games from 8. Walton having won 2 games from 8. So the cellar dwellers, to steal a phrase from you, I'll give you the copyright a little bit later on.
Not the first, Henry. It's not the first.
Go toe to toe here for some spoils.
Yeah, and look, Barrie Bates, if he wins his last 2 matches,
First
he can
lag
get
is
himself
John the throw
up
first.
as high as 10
Game
points.
on.
Now, Gary Robson could beat Alan Norris, keep him on 8. Chris Mason could conceivably lose to Mark Layton and Barrie Bates, and then it'd go down to leg difference between Mason and the 2 Welshmen.
26.
So there is still a very slim slither of an opportunity for Barrie Bates. For that to have any chance of coming to pass, he has to win this match
100.
4-0 for me. 4-0 or 4-1 maybe, but yeah, it does have the feeling of a race that's been run for the pair of them, but it doesn't mean that they won't be competitive. Just ask John Walton, who
81.
beat then top of the table Chris Mason in that standout result of the day.
You need some kind of numbers that not even the Chancellor could muster up at this
59.
present moment in time. Could have a mini turnaround. A U-turn in the group.
Well,
40.
Alan Norris has been by far the best performer. He's averaging 12 points more than anybody else in the field today. That is some standard setting from Chuck Norris, who still might
45.
not manage to make it to the top. Mason still has it in his own hands. If he can beat Bates and Layton,
123.
then it's simple as that. Norris can't catch him.
61.
What do you think Barrie Bates may have taken from the experience of the last couple of days?
60.
You'd have to ask him. Well, I think the thing that he said to me when he beat Mark Layton 4-0 earlier today,
100.
life in the old dog yet, it's that constant affirmation that they can still play the game. Yeah, maybe they can't play it as well as they once could, as often as they once could, but they can still play it as well as they could sometimes.
59. Barrie, you require 136.
All on the day. By the way, I mentioned that Norris is 12 points clear of everybody else. The other 5 players are only 3 points between them all in the
40.
averages today. So that
John,
is
you
how
require 112.
much better Alan Norris has been than everybody else. He is back in action next against Gary Robson. Another must-win match for Norris.
52. Barrie, you require
I think
96.
it's not a surprise because of the sheer amount of 4-3s he lost yesterday. But the stand's been much better. Well, double 18 for double top for Barrie
56.
Bates.
John, you require 60.
Would have been some champagne darts.
Double 10.
50. Barrie, you require 40.
And the same for Barrie
Yeah,
Bates.
that's game
He
short in the
finds it
first
to
lap.
break
Barrie
through.
Bates.
Been a funny day, hasn't it, for Bates so far?
Second
4-2
lag,
defeats
it's
at the
Barrie to
hands
throw
of
first. Game on.
race rivals Gary Robson and 4-1 at the hands of Alan Norris, but then a thumping
60.
victory of his own. Nothing really too close. He's either been streets ahead or streets behind in his games.
No in-betweens.
140.
And of course, we return tonight for Group B. That's 10 p.m. with us here on Sporty Stuff TV. Richie Howson leads the way, having won each of his 4 matches yesterday, and how impressive he was in doing so as well. 105 average in that last game against Wes Newton, which feels like about 20 minutes ago, I must be honest. But an interesting end to that group, because you would say still all 5 players are in play for qualification through to the finals.
100.
Yeah, and that's often the case in Group B, isn't it? Because there are 3 spots up for grabs. This one a tougher task, but right now we do have 5 players still
140.
in with a chance, with just 5 games left to go after this one. Of course, Barrie Bates would have to win this game to keep his very, very faint flame flickering.
100. John, you require 140.
But to quote Celeste, he won't stop the flame. He won't let it go. John Walton will hope for the 140. Had to stay there. Lovely
100.
lie
Barrie,
for
you
the
require
first dart.
160.
Well, one thing that John Walton did do was give
100.
chances to Chris
John, you
Mason.
require 40.
Gave chances to Barrie Bates in leg one.
Yeah, that's game short in the
But he
second leg.
gets the
John
second leg
Walton.
won. A break back for Walton, and with every leg, Barrie Bates' chances of pulling off
Third leg is John the
an
throw
incredible
first.
tungsten
Game
turnaround
on.
start to fade.
I mentioned it yesterday, and I want to mention it again today about John Walton. We know he's got the shoulder
100.
injury, which is hampering his game. But to come back day upon day upon day, knowing that he's been the one that's been struggling and is
59.
more often lost and perhaps lost comprehensively, and has been the second favourite from the off in pretty much every game he's played, to still go out there, give it everything, and still cause issues, I think he deserves a lot of commendation
60.
for that.
Wow.
132.
It was touching. Now that's a bit of luck for Barrie Bates. I mean, it was a bit of bad luck. The bounce out, but it managed to land somewhere, the point touching the 12 segment.
140.
We saw a similar scenario involving Gary Robson, didn't we, yesterday? But on that occasion, the point didn't touch.
Have you ever seen the Johnny
96.
Clayton 174, where he went for a 180 and the dart bounced out and then landed in the treble 18? That was something special. It was the first visit of a
41.
leg as well. It could have been the luckiest 9-dart finish we'd ever seen.
Do we have a treble here?
39. John, you
And he
require
slipped
160.
into the single one. So Walton gets 6 on 160 for a 2-1 lead, and to turn this match around.
40.
Walton could still lift himself off the foot of the table. A victory here against Barrie Bates would see him level on 6 points with Champagne, and then he takes on Gary Robson in his last match, hoping
137.
to get above
John,
Barrie.
you require 120.
Treble. Left the double. Now, what do you do if you're Barrie Bates? Do you go straight for the
60.
double 19
Barrie,
or
you
do you
require
split? I get the
38.
impression from Barrie he's going to go straight for this.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
game
I
short
love
in the
you,
third
Barrie
leg.
Bates.
Barrie Bates.
I absolutely love you. 2-1 to Barrie Bates. Was always going to split.
Fourth leg is Barrie to throw first. Game on.
Thank you, Barrie.
125.
Frustration there that he didn't fill it up. Welcome to the Commentators Curse Club, Henry.
60.
I look like a right plum now.
Could have ended that
97.
sentence a word earlier. Yeah, this match is probably the least significant of the day, unless we do see something rather spectacular from Barrie
24.
Bates. But the next one's big, isn't it? Alan Norris against Gary Robson. Robson can secure his place at finals night with victory in it.
101.
And to be honest, suddenly Chris Mason would fancy that result.
Suddenly he's the one who's perhaps finding a little bit of paper in the practice room, and he's jotting
140.
together all the equations.
If it goes the other way, Norris wins. He joins Chris Mason on 10. If Mason then loses to Mark Layton, he's also on 10 points.
80.
2 points would separate the top 4 at that point. And if Barrie Bates wins this one, he'll be on 8 points and still clinging to the coattails of potential top 2 finish.
139. Barrie
Hope you've got enough paper on that
98.
notepad, Murph. Well, 98, well, his time he definitely splits the 38.
That's game short
and
in the
gets the
fourth lag.
38.
Barrie Bates.
Well, that's
Fifth
hilarious.
flag is John the
That
throw
is
first.
absolutely hilarious,
Game
the fact
on.
that he did it that way that time.
I would have loved it if he went straight for the double 19.
43.
Can't believe he didn't predict the split. Well, Bates is almost there. Now, that
40.
scenario of results that I just read out wouldn't be favourable to Barrie Bates, of course, because Layton and Norris play in the last match. So if they're already both on 10 points, then one of them would definitely get to 12, which
83.
would mean Bates would be scrubbed out of the running. He would prefer Gary Robson to race away to keep his hopes alive.
140.
But big match coming next. Norris, well, big two matches coming next. Norris against Robson, Mason against Layton. I think now is about
60.
time to go and make your sandwich, folks, and cup of tea and feet up, ready for 40 minutes or so of real darting drama.
100.
Fish fingers in the sandwich, Murph?
It's Friday, isn't it?
Well, fish and chip Friday.
Chris Mason may well have a chip on his shoulder right
60.
now, having let slip many opportunities today, to having let slip the lead in the group. We'll talk more about that with Abby
140.
after the break, but the break may be getting ever nearer because Barrie Bates is bidding to break here. He's left himself 81 after a dozen darts, and John Walton not really in this race at all.
57. Barrie, you require 81.
And Walton's race might well be run in this particular match. 66 left. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye route, so we'll go treble 10 to try and leave double 18.
41.
Tops upon his return.
Again, it's looking like the Barrie Bates method today, isn't it? Lose big or win big.
58. Barrie, you require
Double top.
40.
For the Welshman to get the win over Walton.
20.
Not there
John,
yet.
you require 140.
Well, this would be some divine inspiration for John Boy Walton, but the 140 won't go, and so Bates will return for the double 10.
100. Barrie, you require
And Barrie would
20.
be back in the debate for progression.
Game shot
And
and
there
a
it
match.
is. Barrie Bates gets the better of John Boy Walton by 4 legs to 1. It just keeps him hanging around the conversation. A lot still going to have to go his way, but an average of 80.6, 4 from 11 on the doubles, sees him get the better of John Boy Walton by 4 legs to 1. Chris Murphy's going to race his way up to the studio to join Abigail Davies for some midweight analysis following game 10. We kick off game 11 after the break as well, where we're going to see a pivotal matchup which could decide Alan Norris's fate as he takes on Gary Robson, who could qualify pretty much of a win.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Barrie Bates has just kept his extremely faint hopes of qualifying alive. Very, very little chance that he's going to be able to get through to finals night. But a 4-1 win for him, 4 out of 11 on the doubles. Murph, we are going to touch on this match slightly, but it's the table where we really need to focus on, isn't it? Barrie Bates, not really much hope, especially given his leg difference.
Yeah, but you know, the wins he's been getting have been handsome ones. I said he needed 4-0 or 4-1 to keep his hopes alive. He got 4-1, probably needs a big win and other big defeats. But, you know, today of all days, Freaky Friday, it could happen. It
could indeed. We can have a look at the league table then. And it has been Alan Norris. His standard has been absolutely sublime. As you mentioned in commentary, he's 10 points ahead of everyone else. Yeah,
and more than that, I think. And all of the other players separated by about 3 points. So he has been head and shoulders above the rest. And it's been the fact that he's been finishing so well. This run of double hitting has been nothing short of sensational from Alan Norris. Seems very adept, doesn't he, at tops finishes, but he can everything, even the bullseye. Fantastic.
Indeed, and it is Alan Norris against Gary Robson up next. A huge game in the context of the league standings. I think Mace will want Gary Robson to win this one, won't he? Because then it'll mean a win against Mark Layton for him, and it's those two that will go through.
Who would have thought at any point today Chris Mason would be relying on other results? But yeah, it has got to that point for him. Really interesting. But, you know, would you back against Norris winning at the moment? Very difficult to do that. And the one thing that's been happening all day that's made it difficult for Alan Norris is Gary Robson has kept winning and kept meaning that his wins have kind of been a little bit meaningless. So now he's got the chance to stop that run of Robson and do the business himself.
Indeed, it can. And things are looking ominous for Barrie Bates, because even if Alan Norris wins this one, that'll rule him out. Gary Robson wins it, and you look at the leg difference, and it's unlikely that he's going to be able to do anything in his last match. So then, let's get into this one. It is a huge one. It's Alan Norris against Gary Robson.
Thank you very much, Abby. Alan Norris has been expendable here in the second day of action in Group C at the Super Series, but he will not want to be missing in action here in this crucial clash against Gary Robson. He's been the darting hitman on the second day here, and he wants to be the top dog and get himself through to tomorrow night's final. He takes on Gary Robson, who could be top dog if he can win this particular matchup. He'll put himself onto 14 points with victory here against the man from Somerset. Norris of the darts then in leg one of this crucial game 11. Two massive matches to come. So do stay tuned to us here as we approach the lunchtime hour here at the MODUS Super Series on Sporty Stuff TV. Don't forget, you can also get in contact with us across our social media feeds. It's at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel as well, where we've got plenty of bonus content on the side of all the live action. I'm happy to say that joining me for all the live action for the rest of the day is Chris Murphy.
Yeah, serious slinging time now, isn't it? The next couple of matches will be definitive in the race for finals night. Spoken about the slender chances of Barrie Bates, but you're looking at these two games and you think that we will know much more about who the runners and riders really are. What we do know is that a victory for Gary Robson
41
will be enough to put him through. However, who would back against Alan Norris based on what we've witnessed from him so far today?
100.
12 points better off on the averages than any of the other players.
Been the player of the day.
99. Alan, you require 148.
But is it a charge too little, too late? Tops for 148.
108.
And he's been nigh on perfect on that double so far today.
Yeah, it's two players who have won all of their games so far today, and Robson has really been a nuisance for Norris, because every time Norris has won, he seems to have won in the next match.
Alan, you require 14.
And made every single match must win for Alan Norris. This one against
the first leg.
Robson, no
Alan
different.
Norris.
And he just bats away that 180 like he didn't even hear the call from Marco Meyer. takes out
Second
Tops
leg, it's Gary to throw first.
and leads the match
Game
1-0.
on.
Then after this, another pivotal battle between Chris Mason and Mark Layton. Now, if Norris won this game,
140.
Layton won the next, Robson would be on 12, Mason, Norris, and Layton would be on 10. Robson still would be in a bit of a sticky wicket, although he has John Walton in his final matchup.
Yeah, just to add to that, that particular scenario would rule Barrie Bates out, of course, because Norris and Layton play each other in the last game, so one of them would definitely get to 12. For Bates to stay in the running, Robson has to win this match.
140.
Tell you what, this is the best stuff Gary Robson's played all week so far in this match.
125.
And maybe he knows what's ahead of him potentially.
Well, look, he'll be every bit as confident as Alan Norris. He may not have had the same performances, but he's had the same results.
131. Gary, you require
3 matches, 3
96.
wins. Treble 20. Oh, treble 19. Double 19.
77.
Don't give Alan Norris
you
a
require
shot
130.
at anything today.
Try and leave him in the 200s because anything has been possible with him so far today. Well, as good as his finishing's been, he couldn't have converted the 130 after hitting the treble 5 with the first dance. So
19.
Robson returns for 19.
Gary, you require
Be
19.
3 double 8 to level us up.
3.
But Norris returns for Tops for
you
2-0.
require 40.
And he has been absolutely exceptional
that's game
on this
shot in the
particular
second
target. And
Alan
Norris is on the march once again. He's just been a different class. This is the Alan Norris I was expecting to see yesterday, but he's certainly
Third leg,
brought his
it's
A game
Alan to
today.
throw first. Game on.
Not to get too ahead of ourselves, Murph, but Alan Norris,
44.
if he continues in this vein and gets through, could be a live contender to win on Saturday night.
But if he plays like this,
140.
you'd have to make him favourite. Not through yet, far from it. But if he wins this one
99.
by 3 legs, he'll be into second place. And for the first time, Mason will be out of the top 2 ahead of his game with Mark Layton.
45.
And on a day where every game has seemingly been win to get through for Chris Mason, it would suddenly become
85.
win to stay in.
How the psyche can change, how this format can change.
And you have to give credit actually to the mentality of Alan Norris because of those
21.
results from Robson, every game has been must-win for him today, and he's done it. And now he's doing it against the man that he's been trying to catch. Could yet Alan Norris,
43.
could yet top the table. Who would have thought that? Well, me when we did our predictions yesterday, but I'll mention that if it actually
97.
happens.
I think you'll probably stick that piece of paper on the wall, won't you? And be like some kind of trophy.
85.
Well, I'm running out of space for correct predictions. And I fancy Alan Norris for the 145. You have to, don't you? You have to fancy him for everything.
97. And you require 145.
You're wrong.
Only just mind.
123.
Still wrong.
Gary, you require 101.
101 for Gary Robson. And he has to get this right. Otherwise, it could be curtains in terms of this match.
86.
A wayward one.
And you require
I
22.
think the score was 66 there from Gary Robson. The score graphic is correct. 22 the target for Alan Norris, the Taylor Swift.
20. Gary,
Wow.
you require 35.
He's had to leave himself double one. I just wonder whether the decision was to bust a score. Interesting play.
Yeah, that's
Rendered
game short in the
irrelevant.
third leg.
And
Gary
Robson breaks,
Robson.
brings it back to 2-1.
Forward leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
How about that for a start for Gary Robson? And suddenly, those 3 missed darts from 22
140.
could have changed things.
$60. 57. 120. 140. Gary, you require 141.
Robson wants 141 here to level us up at 2 apiece.
91.
Goes across the treble 18 to leave himself on 50. Norris 164 will go down for the 19th. Wants 2 of these for a crack at the bullseye, and then went for the bullseye second dart and
Gary,
brings it up for 60.
50.
Robson wanting 50 to level us up at 2 apiece. And Alan Norris, who was
10.
out and away in this game, has survived 2
Alan, you
darts
require 60.
to be pigged back to 2-2. He's going to get 2 darts of his own for a break and a 3-1 lead. No, he's only going to get 1. Scrap that. 1 at tops.
20. Gary, you require
Starting
40.
to get a bit twitchy now for Alan Norris. Robson returns for tops. And the doubles, which have been so good for Alan Norris so far today,
30.
have been a plague, but
Alan,
it
you
may not
require
come back
40.
to haunt him if he can convert tops at the second time of trying.
He's hit it so often, but it's when you hit
Yeah,
that is
that's game
important,
short
and
in the
that is a
fourth
big,
leg.
big
Alan
dart for Alan
Norris.
Norris in the race to reach Saturday's session here at the Super Series. And don't
Fifth
forget, you
flag
can be
is
there as
Alan
well.
to throw
Tickets available
first.
for free
Game on.
via dartshop.tv. We are based in Portsmouth, our live lounge. Come and experience darts in a different way, the intimate setting of a
57.
VIP night at the Super Series. Dartshop.tv, the place to book your free tickets. And if you want to book free tickets for next Saturday, the Champions Week finals night, there'll be a little treat as well, because
65.
complimentary tickets have been dished out for the Untouchables exhibition, featuring some of the world's biggest stars in Portsmouth towards Christmas.
85.
Having been there a couple of times, it is one of the good darting nights out of the year. So it's a no-brainer. Double bubble worth of darting fun, and it's all for free.
100.
Cannot say fairer than that. Alan Norris moving closer to the top of the tree in this one, having been rooted
99.
towards the bottom before play today.
$40.
And so Norris has 6 darts and 260 to seal a 4-1 win, to put him on double digits, to pile the pressure on Chris
100.
Mason. And suddenly we go all the way back to that first matchup that they had in game 2 between Mason and Norris, and how that could have completely changed the
59.
complexion of the
Alan,
group.
you require 160.
He's going to get another 6 and 160 Norris. He's going to have the luxury of time to seal the deal, to get the job done, and Gary Robson will be loitering still on
40.
progression point. He's not there yet.
$78. Alan, you require 120.
Well, to keep things tight at the top, to mean that it will keep going. Norris wants tops.
80.
Nothing that Gary Robson can do. So he could have won this match.
49.
Had he done it, he would have
And you
qualified. But the
require
brakes are
14.
on. Robson. And the shackles have been off Norris all day. Absolutely a sensational, storming sweep through the field. Double 5.
35.
Fails to find it. The
Gary,
game
you
is not
require
over yet.
110.
The hardest double to get is the one that wins the match.
98. Alan, you require 5.
Double 2.
1. Gary, you require 12.
Well, he couldn't hit a double yesterday, couldn't miss one today, and now when he's so close to the top 2, the double trouble has returned.
6.
Luckily, it's contagious.
Alan, you require 4.
This to breach the top 2 for the first time.
Game
Double
shot
2
and a match.
gets Norris
Alan
there.
Norris.
He leapfrogs Chris Mason, same points as Mace, but a leg better off in the leg difference after a handsome win over the league leader Gary Robson, and it is all to play for now. Alan Norris may not have hit the heights that he has in his first 3 victories, but his 4th is the most important because he stopped one of the people that he's trying to catch, getting his 4th win of the day, a win that would have seen Gary Robson through to finals night. Chris Mason and Mark Layton will play next in a match that will either see Mace return to 12 points and joint top with Gary Robson, or Mark Layton tie on 10 with Norris and Mason. Huge match coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where it It is all still to play for in Group C after Alan Norris came through the 4-1 winner over Barrie Robson. An inspired Alan Norris today, not faltering despite the pressure going into every single one of his matches today. Sensational defiance from him. There was a bit of squeaky bum time for him, a few missed at double, but ultimately holding firm to keep his chances alive. As you can see, 4 out of 13 on the outer ring there. It looked like he was going to allow Robson back into the match, but he held firm to get over the line. We can take a look at the table then with 4 more matches remaining in Group C. Norris takes on Layton in the final game of the day. Mace, though, plays twice before then, and if he can produce 2 wins and Robson beats Walton in his last match, it could all be over for Chuck before he chucks another dart. Any slip up from either Robson or Mace, and Norris and Layton are still in the race. Next up then, we have Chris Mason against Mark Layton. Here is Mace, who is still yet to win his first match of the day, but he did take out that ton checkout against Alan Norris earlier today. So then another pivotal match in the context of the league standings. Mace could, of course, move level with Barrie Robson on 12 points, or Mark Layton could level things with Alan Norris on 10. Lads, what do you think is going to happen?
Thank you very much, Abby. I think it's a question that we can't really answer because I don't think we quite know what to expect from Chris Mason, who, after 4 brilliant days of action here, has just hit a bit of a wall, hasn't he, on Friday here, up against Mark Layton, who, in fairness, his level hasn't really gone up too much. But it hasn't really changed from yesterday, and because the level in general has gone up as a consequence, that's probably why he's had a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, it was a great point that Abby made there at the start of this match. Despite all of those victories today, the superior standard produced by Alan Norris, that if Mason can put things right and beat both Barrie Bates and Mark Layton here, the Welsh duo, and Robson gets the better of John Walton, then Alan Norris will be out, despite winning all his matches, before he throws and toes the hockey in his last match. That is incredible to think that could happen.
Crazy to think that could happen.
But Chris Mason has not looked comfortable today, has not looked confident today.
100.
Has let slip winning positions today and has missed match darts, potentially qualification darts today.
'81.
Really is coming to the crunch in Group C. The next couple of matches could all but determine the destiny of the players getting through, or they could bunch things up even more and make
38.
things even more tense. Barrie Robson is a win away, we know that much. He faces John Walton next.
93.
We were saying 12 points would be enough to go through. It might be that players do go through on 12 points, but one misses out on that haul.
45.
Mason wins, he goes on to 12 alongside Barrie Robson, and would know that victory
41.
in his last match would be enough to get him through.
Been trying to work out what would be a good result for Alan Norris. I suppose it would be a Mark Layton win.
Yeah, it would have to be.
100.
And then hope that Robson does the job against Walton, so maybe just he focuses then purely on one spot.
83.
Well, in some senses, maybe that result doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, I mean, he could still top the table. If Walton wins, he can catch Barrie Robson. So I think, you know, he'd rather have both Mason
41.
and Robson beaten.
Chris, you require 103.
103 for Mace, though, and Layton isn't in finishing range. 84 remaining. Treble 20 leaves double 12, but this has been feature of his game today. It was on
39.
Monday, actually, at times. Missed a lot of big numbers on Monday. And put that right Tuesday and Wednesday, but it's returned under the pressure, under the heat of expectation.
137. Chris, you require 64.
16. Tops.
24. Mark, you require 40.
They're the shots that aren't going for him, aren't they? All day long, and you can see the right smile on his face. He knows he's in trouble here. And that misses by a bigger margin, but he's got 2 more. And he's edging closer, Mark Layton.
No score.
But he can't get
Chris, you
there.
require
More opportunities
40.
for Chris Mason. This is just to hold on to his throw.
Double 10.
Yeah, that's game
There it
short in the
is.
first leg. Chris Mason.
And that was a frustrated walk to the board for Chris Mason and a sporting fist
Second
bump
leg
from
is Mark the throw
Mark
first.
Layton.
Game on.
I'm not sure Mason wanted it, to be honest. I think he's trying to completely stay focused, stay in the zone. Wasn't expecting to be congratulated for hitting double 10 to go out in 23 darts.
59.
Just wants to keep his focus. Or maybe even regain it. Might have been a better way of describing it, because something has been lost today that
46.
has resulted in the losses.
$42.
We did see Layton seem to tail off, didn't we, towards the back end of yesterday. The last match he played was a turgid affair, wasn't it, against John Walton?
93.
Do you think things change, even if Chris Mason does get through? Do you think expectation for Saturday night goes back to him being an underdog as a result of today's
43.
displays?
I think he'd prefer that tag. Most definitely. Remember, he went into today as the bookmaker's favourite to win the week, let alone win the group. He was 1-6 to win the group this morning. But I think
58.
he'd prefer the underdog tag. He mentioned in the interview yesterday he's a commentator, not a player. And I think he'd like to keep that tag because it keeps him an underdog, and it just means that anything he does is a bonus.
13.
He's trying to jump all over that bad score from Mark, and you just get the sense that this is the one.
83.
Because Mark Layton has not turned up for this darts match. Almost feels bizarre that he got 3 darts at double in that first leg.
60.
Visits in this leg for Mark Layton. Tell a story. 59,
60.
42, 43, 13 and 60. And he has actually hit a big treble.
Incredibly. Yeah, that was a recovery on the treble 19 after 2 single
48.
ones.
Chris, you require
It's
161.
been one of them games. Chris Mason will honestly will not. I don't think he'll care if he wins this game. I honestly don't think he'll care about the
42.
circumstances or anything. I know that he'll put pressure on performance, but do you know what? In this scenario, he just won't care. He would just want to get 2 points, just to get himself on 12, and that must feel like a. It must feel like a climb up to Everest now for him to get to 12.
100. Chris, you require 119.
119 to go halfway towards it. Treble 20 for tops. And it would be ironic that in this game where the
59.
scoring
Mark,
patterns
you
have been
require
there, someone takes out a big
136.
ton top of the finish.
Won't be happening in this leg. And Mason can get 2 ahead. Once again, he's let 2 leg leads slip
96. Chris, you
twice
require
already
60.
today.
Yeah, that's game
Well,
short.
once again, he's out in 23, but you're right, Henry. He won't care how long it takes as long as he gets there in the end. And Chris Mason, after a disastrous starting day, is 2 legs away from moving on to 12 points and keeping things in his hands. And we have the almost inconceivable possibility
96.
now that Alan Norris will win all 5 matches today, average more than 10 points higher than all his opponents, and still not make it through.
Madness.
56.
One of the things we did say yesterday was, because this is a shorter race, not like Group A where you have 15 games, 3 days time to feel into it, the first day is just as important as the second. And Norris's damage may have been done in
80.
those 3-4-3 defeats that he suffered at the start of the day.
Exactly that. And he had opportunities. He had match darts in 2 of those games, I believe.
140.
That's our first 140 of the match.
Yeah, the scoring hasn't been great. Only 100 plus visit from Chris Mason, although he might be about to double his tally and does. But the one thing that can give him a little bit of confidence is a much, much better check-out effectiveness than he's had in his previous matches today. He's missed bucket loads of darts at doubles.
60.
In fact, let me just run you through the story. He went down to Alan Norris 4-3. Mason missed 7 darts at double in that one. He went down to Gary Robson
26.
4-3. He missed 14 darts at double in that one. He went down 4-3 to John Walton. He missed 16 darts at double in that one.
85.
He's had exactly the same start to the day in exactly the same way as Alan Norris. Something's got to give, possibly between the pair of them, because if Robson wins his next match against
99.
bottom of the table John Walton, then he is through. And it's a straight fight between Mason and Norris, but one in which Mason would have the upper hand, despite the darting days they've had. But look at this from Layton.
120.
That would have been the biggest score of the match so far. Ton for Mason. Tops are 3-0. 10s.
90.
And so Layton returns.
And it's a chance
Mark, you require
for things
40.
to get tense again for Mason, because Layton can land tops. And remember, in 2 of those 4-3s, Mason was 2-0 up.
Yeah, that's game short in the 3rd leg. Mark Layton.
And he might find himself pegged back to 2-2 once again, because Layton has the darts in leg 4.
Forward leg
Well, I
is
don't know
Mark
if
to
you're
throw
much of a
first.
Sam Fender
Game on.
fan, but that is 17 darts, and hopefully we'll be going under that now from this juncture onwards. Originally, they were far too scared to hit the doubles, but maybe they'll hit in a heartbeat now.
61. 81.
See, I could talk to anyone about that, but I can't talk to you.
$60.
And I thought that was one of my bear references of the day. Thanks, Murph.
$60.
I take you're not a fan of his then.
Back to the darts.
45.
I thought I was in the commentary box on my own for a minute.
Well, you don't need to talk to me, Henry. Talk to the viewers. They might have all been engaging there. They might really love... I forgot even whoever you said.
100.
John Hendry or whoever it was.
Never a dull moment working with you.
fan of Chris Mason, and you might be finding out over the next hour or so, Henry, if you'll be working with him
100.
tomorrow or commentating on him.
Two very different extremes.
$25.
Well, the thing is, his scrappiest performance this week could be the one that gets him through to the finals.
I do know which one he would prefer. Of course, he wants to be on the stage, but I get the sense that he'd enjoy commentating more, Chris Mason.
90.
I mean, he'd be able to cast a very expert eye on this week's proceedings. However, Chris Mason wants to be very much a player tomorrow night.
105. Mark, you
Yeah,
require
great darts there
145.
from Mason, leaving a slightly more favourable finish had he stayed on the 20s. And it's a finish he's taken out already a couple of times this week. But will he get a go at it? Treble 15. Evades Mark Layton.
105.
So 60,
Chris, you
20,
require
bullseye,
130.
or 60, 60, double five.
Double five.
125.
That would have been
Mark, you
inspired.
require 40.
Layton's back for tops. This is for 2-2, and I fancy this to go.
Well, the tops doesn't go,
Yeah,
but
that's
the
Tim
tens
Shaw in
does,
the fourth line.
and it's all
Mark
square.
Layton.
For the third time today, Mason
Fifth
lets
flag
slip a
is
2-0 lead.
Christopher first. Game on.
The fourth time today, he's let slip a 2-leg lead.
$81.
Well, the evidence of today, you wouldn't let Chris Mason take your dog for a walk, would you? Can't hold on to a lead.
$58.
I had to pause for thought on that one.
Well, he needs to show a little bit of darting doggedness here, Chris Mason, because he's not going to win pretty, is he?
57.
I think that's become evident.
Look, I said a couple of legs ago, this is just a scrap, and this isn't pretty. We can't sugarcoat it for that, because it's not. But if he wins it, by the same token, it's the most crucial victory of his week.
99.
It doesn't matter whether he's averaging in the 70s as he is now, or he's averaging 110. It's the same 2 points that gets him on to 12.
It was interesting to listen to Chris Mason when he spoke to Abby at the end of yesterday's show, and he spoke about
100.
the fact that he felt the pressure, that winning matches actually brought more and more pressure, and we've seen him almost carry that like a physical weight on his back over the course of today. If he manages to sneak
45.
through, and I can't even believe I'm using that language, sneak through for Chris Mason, who was so good for so long this week. But if he manages to do it,
137.
you'll see a different Chris Mason tomorrow night, I feel sure, because he'll be free rolling again. He'll have a bit of rest. He won't be back here in the morning.
$100. Chris,
No
you
need to
require
go.
126.
The treble 19 route here, because the bullseye doesn't need to be aimed for with Layton not on the finish.
90.
So double 18 upon his return with Layton back on 199. It'll give him a 3-2 lead and put him one away on 12 points. One progression point possibly.
59. Chris, you require 36.
2 18s.
Yeah, that's game short.
First dart in hand.
Chris Mason.
Never in doubt. Chris Mason leads Mark Layton by 3 legs to 2 and is one away from getting himself onto a dozen
Sixth leg is
points.
marked as throw first. Game on.
Hands back on the steering wheel. Back in control, Chris Mason. It looked like it would be cruise control with what he produced yesterday.
99.
Three games to go after this. Gary Robson can put himself through if he beats John
85.
Walton in the next one. If Mason wins this, he can do the same with victory against Barrie Bates. And then quite remarkably, Mark Layton against Alan Norris becomes a dead rubber, and Norris could win all 5 of his matches and not make it through to finals night.
60.
I think we're going to get the situation where one player wins all 5 matches on one day and doesn't make it through, because it looks like it's going to be between Mason and Norris, doesn't it?
41.
Well, Norris could do a reverse Walters.
I mean, you have to give credit for Gary Robson in getting those wins. Every time we saw Norris win, he just kept himself ahead. And if the only defeat is to Norris, then it won't be
45.
a fatal blow. But Chris Mason behind in this leg. He has the darts in the last one, but I don't imagine he fancies going to another last leg decider, having lost 3 already today.
140.
That may have put him in command of the leg, knowing the way that this game has gone.
$100.
Tunley's on 197. Mason needs something big here. That treble 5 will not help. That will help.
95.
He's himself on 140. Will get a crack at it, but what can Layton leave?
Going to leave something handy.
99. Chris, you require 140.
Didn't really see any great value in the switch there from Mark Layton. 98 is an awkward finish.
100. Mark, you require 98.
If he hits the treble 20, he may only end up getting 1 dart at double. Treble 18. Doesn't get any darts at double, and Chris Mason now has the opportunity
58. Chris, you require 40.
to get his grip back on this group. And
Game,
finally,
shot,
Chris
and a
Mason
match.
finds
Chris
a match-winning
Mason.
double. Well, that will be a relief. It was scrappy, but it was effective. Not happy with the display, not happy with the day, Chris Mason, but he is back at the peak of the pile. Top of the table on 12 points, tied with Gary Robson, and his darting destiny at the MODUS Super Series is still in his own hands. The same applies to Robson. If he beats Walton next, he goes through. If Mason then beats Barrie Bates, so does he. And it's hard luck chuck for Alan Norris, who even if he beats Mark Layton in the last match, completing a clean sweep, wouldn't be able to make it. Let's see how it unfolds. It's all coming up in the next hour.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Chris Mason has finally got his first victory of the day. It didn't come easy for him. Very little has come easy for Chris Mason, in fact, today. He really had to dig deep and grind out that win over Mark Layton. His finishing much better in that one, despite far too many trebleless visits in the match. Nothing spectacular in that game, but the win, of course, meaning that he is now back in prime position to qualify for finals night. We can have a little look at the table then, going into our final round of games. Just 3 more matches coming your way, and Chris Mason back at the top of the table because of his superior leg difference, and of course that victory meaning it is more likely that despite the day Norris has had, Chuck may not make it through to Saturday night. Mace could end Norris's chances when he takes on Barrie Bates shortly. But coming up next for you, we've got Gary Robson against John Walton. A win for Gary in this match will secure his place in finals night. There he is, taking out a 91 in his win over Barrie Bates. Of course, Gary has won 3 of the 4 meetings with John Walton this week, and he's actually, in those 3 victories, lost just a single leg in those matches. How he could do with a similar result here to ease through to finals night. Let's find out if that will be the case then, and hand back over to our commentary team.
Thank you, Abby. Gary needs one final rally if he is to progress through to finals night tomorrow evening here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He's up against John Boy Walton, who could do a lot of people a lot of favours if he can get the better of the 55-year-old Gary Robson, the 2005 World Trophy champion, up against the 2001 champion of the world in the BDO system in John Boy Walton. So the situation is this: a win for Gary Robson, he is through, and then it'll be down to Chris Mason against Barrie Bates. A win for Mason would see him and Robson through. Alan Norris's game against Mark Layton would then effectively be just a dead rubber matchup. Meanwhile, a win for John Boy Walton opens up a number of doors of possibilities in this group for the final couple of matches.
Well, there's ongoing conversations here between the players and the referee Marco Meyer. I'm not sure what it's all about, but all smiles at the moment, but seeming to be some issue that the pair are complaining about. It's not enough to stop them starting the match.
Gary to throw first.
We'll try and get to the bottom of it and bring you the hot take on whatever the pair were complaining about or questioning.
30.
But there was a real long conversation with certain gesticulations. John Walton at one point pointing at his spectacles.
60.
Look, I'd be completely guessing. I'm not even going to try. But we'll try and ask the referee Marco Meyer in between this match and the next. But Gary Robson wants everything
60.
to be in proper order, because this is the match that could see him achieve a place at finals night.
Yeah, starting gossip before this big game gets
81.
underway.
$140.
Well, it's gradually getting better here, Gary Robson, in instalments. 30 followed by 60 followed by 140.
84.
Should go downstairs here, Gary Robson.
99.
Explain why.
19th first, and then work your way back up the board.
100.
So you're going, so you have the first couple of darts out of the 19s, and then you go up for the bull.
Treble 19, single 19, 25, 101. So you're thinking.
60. Gary, you require 32. Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
Gary Robson with a simple double 16. Don't need to work that one out, do you? 1-0 to Robbo, and he's 3 legs away from making it through. Don't need any mathematical equations for that either.
Game on.
Every day's a school day.
Dressed like it's a school day.
To be fair, this pair could do with your
45.
maths tutoring lessons, couldn't they? I think plenty of players in this group and this week could.
I couldn't make it as a teacher. I'd be
83.
that supply teacher. You know, when you go to geography and you've got basically the stand-in teacher. I'd be that stand-in teacher, supply teacher you have. You wouldn't listen to. You'd muck about all class, all lesson,
60.
throwing paper planes probably at me and everything, and couldn't keep any control of the class.
Sorry, Henry, what did you say? I switched off for a moment there.
45.
Gary Robson needs to stay switched on, and we've seen the threat that John Walton can have because he got embroiled in a match with Chris Mason and came out on top in it, didn't he, earlier on? He's already pooped one party.
180.
Is he about to spoil another?
$40.
Well, it could be the
96.
party spoiler here, leaving 120 after 12 in the second leg. Averaging 5 points higher than Robson as well. I know we're in the second leg of the match,
60.
but still a crucial metric to look at.
120.
Yeah, particularly for him, who hasn't had many higher averages than his opponents. Now, 273 is another shot that you have to be creative with.
Where would you
42.
go from here, Murph?
Home.
To be fair, you don't usually get to that part of the leg, do you?
60. John, you require 78.
301 maybe.
20 for tops.
Or tops for 20.
68.
And suddenly, with Robson back on 213, this could be a little bit of a mess if he goes inside with the first dart or the second dart here. There's
49.
definitely a call now,
10.
possibly, if you're feeling it, to split. He'll go straight for it.
That's not a bad guide either.
But this is the danger.
Yeah,
6.
that's
Gary, you
made no
require
use of that guide at all.
164.
Really pulled the dart. 57, 57 bull. Not to beat.
84. John, you require 4.
Because this isn't pretty, the double two. And Robson will feel like an interested party still in this leg.
Yeah, that's
He
game
won't now.
short in the second leg. John Walton.
Sneaks it into the top right-hand corner. Gets it past the wall of the first two darts. Levels us up on one apiece.
First.
And it is
Game on.
Robson with the darts in the third. And maybe John Walton is relishing the role of the spoiler in this group.
60.
Yeah, certainly could be the case. Going back to those 270-something shots, we saw the 271, the 273. Most of the time, you're looking at getting a couple of
64.
trebles, but there are shots where you can get one treble, one single, and use the bullseye
Check.
segment.
121.
1-2-1 there, and maybe a mathematical mistake from our caller Marco Meyer. Actually, I think it was a sight problem rather than a maths problem there.
134.
If we get any better at these mathematical equations on 271s and things like that, maybe we should take the spotter's job as well.
No, he does a great
55.
job. Our resident spotter here. It is an important job. If you don't know what a spotter is, by the way, it's a person who tells the cameras where to go, basically predicts what the
59.
players are going to do, has to know what they should do, and it's an even harder job when they don't do what they should do.
That's how you feel commentating next to me, isn't it?
140.
No comment.
Well, John Boyd's doing all the right things here and is on the precipice of a break.
80.
I'll tell you what, if he does get it and he does go on to win the match, and it's an anxious wait for Gary Robson, isn't it? He might pull up one of those pews at the front of the stage and wait and see what happens.
55.
And with Robson back on 168, Walton will get a go at the 130. But he may have to take the 130.
136.
How about that for an effort to leave himself on 32? So, John Boy, what can you do? Won't be done this time.
15 would leave tops.
94.
Leaves
Gary,
double
you
18.
require 32.
But it's double 16 for Gary Robson. Double 8. Twitchy time.
Yeah, that's
But he
game
finds
short in
it.
the
Last
third
start in
leg.
hand.
Gary Robson.
And it's 2-1 to Robson in this
Forward
pivotal
leg is John the throw
contest
first. Game
of the
on.
Super Series. We're talking about it. If Robson wins, he's through. But if he loses the match, he would then need both Chris Mason. Sorry, he'd need one of Chris Mason or Alan Norris to lose.
50.
Potentially both. If Norris loses, of course, he can't catch up on points. But if Mason were to lose, it'd depend on the margin of defeat for Robson, the margin of defeat for Mason.
140.
So it would really be a feeling of powerlessness for Gary Robson. What he wants to do is take control of his own fate.
He will not be throwing darts again after this match. Walton's week finishes here. After this game, Robson could have one or two things. He could be dancing around this arena, safer than knowledge he's qualified. Or he could be sat chewing his fingernails, waiting for the final couple of results.
Well, that's superb, isn't it?
97.
To answer a 180 with one of his own. This is Gary Robson's rally. This is the moment he's trying to make his move.
The average has gone up by about 13 points.
And you may have noticed, Henry, John Walton cost himself there by not taking the Deacon advice on the 271.
Fairness, not many people do. Well, they don't even listen to start with.
On that occasion, they should. 57. Wrong side of the wire.
$59. John, you require 88.
88. Treble 20 will be the starting point, and John Walton could level this match. It's a leg in which Robson started 140,
81.
followed
Gary, you
180.
require 78.
Walton's wondering what on earth that was. It was much nearer the treble than the double. Double 12 for Robson. Double 6.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg.
And Gary Robson has put himself on the brink. This is qualification point now for
fifth leg is Gary the throw first.
The scoring phase hasn't been too dissimilar, but it's been this metric that you can see on your screen now that's changed it. 3 from 6 on the doubles for Robson, 1 from 8 for Walton. 60. That is where this game is hinged. This game has changed. Because you can see on your screen now, not much to separate them in the averages.
100.
Both on 81. But it is that 1 from 8, which has changed the tungsten tune.
100.
So Robson might get his bit done here, and then it's over to Chris Mason when he faces Barrie Bates.
140.
Bates can't make it, remember, because Mace and Robson both won their previous matches, meaning he's 4 points adrift. Alan Norris,
78.
the only other player in contention, but would be out of it if Robson wins this and Mason gets the better of Champagne Barrie.
125.
We'll go downstairs here to try and leave himself a finish. We'll now head back
43.
up.
John, you require 136.
So 136 to get himself back in the match. This will be a breaker throw as well. Double 8.
120.
And it is like John Boy's emptied the tank here. 86.3 average, 2 maximums. The only blot on the sheet so far is the 1 from 9 on the doubles.
Yeah, that's game short and
And
a
we're back
fifth
at
flag.
3-2. That's
John
a break for
Walton.
John Walton.
Game on.
Sixth flag is John the throw
Definitely.
first.
Not just game on for John Walton, is it? It's game on for Alan Norris. He wants the best possible opportunity.
And
And he already has a superior leg difference to Gary Robson. He's one behind Chris Mason. But if it's Gary Robson who's beaten out of the
100.
pair, then he knows that no maths need to be involved at all. In fact, because he's only one behind, if Chris Mason loses, then if he wins, he'll get ahead of him as well. Is this in? Is it in?
105.
Well, if it was, it would have been a bold move to go for the bullseye, wouldn't it? So Norris knows that either of the players lose, he just needs to win. He doesn't have to
68.
think about legs or anything. And we've seen that earlier in the week, haven't we, where players have needed 4-0 wins. Mark Durbridge needed a 4-2, wasn't quite sure what he needed to get through Group A.
It's knockout darts.
41.
That's a slip. It's not going to be a costly one, you think, unless Robson can pile in a max, which he won't. And suddenly we thought
97.
Robson was rallying. He was making a charge that he was going to fly his way towards the finishing line. But John Boy Walton has just stopped him in his tracks, halted the progression. And, OK, John, casual little bullseye with the first dart. OK, John. So a ton left.
76.
Should have stayed with the ball, shouldn't he?
99 problems for John Walton.
100. John, you require 99.
He can't go, well, he can go for the ball, but I did advise it.
10 or 6 or 2. It is 10 for double 16. What's he doing? He's busting.
No score.
What on earth? Well, that can't have been... Surely that can't have been a
Gary, you
miscount.
require 136.
What on earth was he doing? It can't have been a miscount, because why would you go 10 for double 19 in any
96.
scenario?
John, you require
Doesn't make any
99.
sense. I think he's pulled that dart so far. He's gone for double 16 and hit double 19.
Tops.
51. Gary, you require
Well, this
40.
could be the most bizarre way a player's progressed through here at the Super Series, because Robson wants tops. 10s.
20.
But he can't pick up the pieces, but somehow John Walton's only going to get 2 darts at double from this juncture.
Well, 10 double 19, obviously. Okay. 8 tops. I'm telling you now that that dart before was at double 16, and that has just proved it for me. I don't know what he wants now. A taxi,
40.
perhaps.
Gary, you require 20.
Tops for 10s for Robson. Even I don't know what's going on here. Double 5.
Game.
And Gary
shot,
Robson
and a
is
match.
through
Gary
to
Robson.
tomorrow night's final. He has qualified through Group C with a 4-2 victory against John Boy Walton. Robbo is through. We will see him tomorrow night following the end of a quite frankly bizarre game of darts. You won't see many more bizarre legs than the one that's just won Gary Robson his place in the final. Me and Chris are going to have a lie down in a darkened room following the conclusion of that. And after that break, it's Barrie Bates against Chris Mason.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Barrie Robson has just made it through to finals night with that victory over John Walton. It was quite a bizarre match, that one, wasn't it? We said earlier that John Walton had the opportunity to ruffle a few feathers at the top of the league table today, and he certainly asked questions of Robson, and his resolve from the outset made him really work for those 2 points to secure his place in finals night. Barrie Robson, 4 out of 11 in that one. Impressive show of steel from Robbo. The defining factor was Robbo's superior finishing, helped also by a bust 99 from Walton in the last leg. There were times in that match where Robson had his head in his hands, thinking that he'd messed things up and Walton was going to spoil his party. So then, with 2 more games remaining, let's take a look at the league table and how things stand. A win for Chris Mason in this match will secure his place in finals night as well. But if it is a victory for the Welshman, then it keeps things interesting in our final match, which sees Alan Norris take on Mark Layton. So Mason, then, he could secure his place in finals night. He got that victory in his last game. Scoring deserted him completely against Layton. He was shaking his head all the way back to the practice room after getting that victory. He'll know that he needs to be back to his best in this one to secure his place in finals night. Can he do that here, or will he have a nervy wait during that final match of the session? Let's find out. Lads, back over to you.
Thanks, Abby. Barrie Robson through. Chris Mason looking to join him. As simple as that for now. But if Mason loses and Norris wins, then Chris Mason, having won all 5 games yesterday, will not make it through to finals night. If Mason wins and Norris wins, then Alan Norris, having won all 5 games today, will not make it through to finals night. Yeah, it's happened before. We saw it with Scott Walters. It's probably the worst way for it to happen, the way it's been going for Mace today. But that win in his previous match over Mark Layton put the brakes on, and Mason keeps his darting destiny in his own hands. The question was, can he do it? Well, let's find out, because it has been a really cagey set of performances from Chris Mason. And
First
Barrie
leg
Bates
is Barrie to throw first.
has
Game
been
on.
up and down. Mason will be hoping he's down and can take advantage. Norris will be hoping he's up. And the early signs, we've got the knowing nod from Mason there already. He knows, well, I'm going to have to produce the stuff that I did earlier in the week.
I think the mantra going into this match was expect the unexpected. We may see spells of
100.
brilliance. We may see spells of treblers visits.
42. $58. 60.
As expected, a little bit of a cagey start from the pair.
Barrie Bates has no interest,
100.
no reason to feel any pressure. All he wants to do is finish with a
45.
flourish, sign off with a victory. It must be a really horrible position to be in, knowing that your win is going to influence the destiny of another player, but every player
100.
goes up on that hockey, on that stage, wanting to win every darts match. Every dart they throw is aimed at the treble or double.
140. Chris, you require 143.
You go out there to do yourself justice, don't you, before you worry about anything else, any other outcome, any other scenario. So 66 remaining here for Mason. May go along treble 10 for double 18.
122. Barrie, you require
Slides into the
91.
15, so 21 remaining. So Bates here wants 91. Went for the bullseye. Tops, tops. Another one of them.
71.
Almost.
Chris, you require
嗯 Almost. 21.
21.
5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. That's a perfectly pitched dart. This will go in.
Yeah, that's came short in the first leg. Chris Mason.
Often a guide, I think, when a player has to go for a big single, then a double.
Second
How
leg
well
is
thrown the
Chris to
single
throw
is. If it looks
first.
a bit shaky,
Game
I
on.
never fancy them for the double. When it's pitched perfectly like that, I give them a full backing. And it's been hard to do that with Chris Mason today.
140.
But maybe he's just been teasing us all.
Just look at his eyes the next time he approaches the off key.
125.
There's a steely-like focus, the like of which we saw yesterday.
83.
I think that win, and now knowing that basically winning you in, that may have just given him something, just that extra little 5%. It's the little 1%ers, isn't it, that makes such a crucial difference. And it's making a difference here. This is more like the Mace we've seen all week.
140.
Much more like the Mace we've seen all week.
A penny for the thoughts now of Alan Norris in the practice room watching this.
140.
The Chris Mason imposter has
138.
departed the stage and been replaced by the real deal.
98. Barrie, you require 136.
So tops are 2-0, leaving it after 12.
60.
To back
Chris, you
the
require
breakup
40.
with a hold.
Yeah, that's
And
game short
suddenly
in the
he's
second
halfway
leg.
there again,
Chris
Chris.
Mason.
Well, once again, he finds himself 2-0 up in the match, but this time,
Third leg is Barrie to throw first.
when playing well,
Game on.
it's like he's gone back a day.
41.
When things were going swimmingly for Chris Mason, when he was averaging in the 90s, when he was hitting all his doubles,
60.
when he was dominating his opponents.
60.
And the question is, what has Barrie Bates got in answer? Because Chris looks like he wants to run towards that finishing line as quickly as possible.
60.
He doesn't want any dramas. He doesn't want to be sitting next door to us in the practice room, twiddling his thumbs, scrutinising, analysing, jumping up and down upon every dart in the final game. He wants Layton against Norris to be irrelevant. He wants that to be a dead rubber, because if it is, it's because he's through.
57.
But Barrie has
85.
the initiative in this leg. 175 after 12. Mason back on 3-2-4. Needs a couple of trebles, you sense here. Not going to happen.
60.
How many times we've seen today Chris Mason take 2-0 leads and then suddenly hit a wall?
135.
A dozen darts toss in this leg without finding a treble. Puts an end to that, but it may be too late, if not too little.
100. Barrie, you require 40.
Tops are 2-1. Tens. Double five.
35.
Just
Chris, you
underneath.
require
So
164.
Mason is back for 164. But if he can set it up here, he'll keep himself interested with Bates back on 5.
Yeah, so really might be better off using the bull segment here. 25 and a 19.
45. Barrie, you require
Would have
5.
left him on a level ton. Would have been a better setup shot. Double 2 for Bates. Miles away, but not in the way.
3.
119
Chris,
has
you
left it a little
require
bit awkward, really.
119.
Triple 20. But if you can get a treble
59.
here,
Barrie, you require 2.
Barrie Bates is in the madhouse. Been a little bit scrappy from Champagne.
No score.
Very scrappy, and you felt
Chris, you
with 60
require
on
60.
compared to 2. Would you rather be the player who will only get 2 darts at double, but on tops compared to 3 at double 1?
Yeah, and Mason intentionally
Yeah,
left
that's
this.
game short in the
Didn't
third
even think
leg.
about going
Chris
for a treble in the
Mason.
previous visit. He played a safe dart towards double top, thinking if I hit the tops, I'm on that 20,
Forward
leaves me
leg
60,
is
that's
Chris to
fine.
throw first.
And this
Game
is a
on.
flawless display of finishing from Chris Mason, in stark contrast to what we've just witnessed from Barrie Bates.
And he has the darts to go
57.
through. He will have 2 chances if he needs it on throw to go through. He will hope that he gets it done in this
60.
particular leg. Alan Norris is hoping that Barrie Bates can pull off the comeback of all comebacks.
Alan Norris has won all of his games today and is now 1 leg away from being eliminated before he plays his last one.
96.
And I tell you what, I think there are a few people,
81.
not just in this group, but Mark Durbridge already through, and the 3 that will progress tonight will be quite relieved to see Norris not in action on Saturday night.
100.
Over the course of a day, he's probably played the best darts in the session out of anyone this week across any session.
Yeah, looked a lot more comfortable. And
140.
you look back at the first 3 matches, won't he? All lost by a single leg yesterday.
And it is those small margins. And we said it yesterday as well, didn't we?
44.
He could charge on Friday, but it could be those 3-4-3 defeats to start his campaign that could cost him progression.
Yeah, Chris Mason, though, you have to give him credit. We knew he was
85.
probably 2 wins away from getting through. I didn't think he'd still need one of them in his last match. But it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And Mason managed to get the better
81.
of Mark
Barrie
Layton
require
in
135.
his previous match. And he's 123 points away here against Barrie Bates.
He has made it
89.
hard work for himself
Chris
in the end.
require 123.
But he is on the verge. Treble 18 would have left the bull.
55.
Seemed to bounce out of
Barrie
the treble and
require 46.
into the single there.
26.
But this is
Chris
for the match.
requires 68.
This is for a place at finals night. He's been the man to beat in this group.
Game, shot, and a match.
But he's got
Chris
the job
Mason.
done. Chris Mason, a whitewash win against Barrie Bates. Well, where has that been today? Hard work, heavy weather, but Mason has weathered the storm, and a flawless display of finishing has seen him book his place at finals night alongside Gary Robson. But spare a thought for Alan Norris, who bows out with a game left to play despite a perfect record here on Friday. He's up next in the last match against Mark Layton. Who would have thought it would have been a dead rubber? We can watch the final game, see if Norris completes a clean sweep after this.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Chris Mason has just booked his place in finals night with a 4-0 victory over Barrie Bates in the penultimate game here in Group C. There you can see confirmation of it, an average in excess of 82 for Chris Mason. Well, he made things significantly tougher than he'd have liked today, but when it really mattered, with his back up against the wall, he produced perfection on the outer ring. He struggled to find that level for the majority of the day, but made no mistakes in that one when it really mattered. No 180s in that match, but 4 out of 4 on the outer ring sees Chris Mason join Gary Robson from Group C in progressing through to finals night. They, of course, join Mark Dudbridge, who has qualified via Group A. There we go. Then you can see Alan Norris. It really shows the brutality of this game, doesn't it? Chuck hasn't put a foot wrong today, winning all 4 of his matches, far superior levels to anyone else in the field, and with 1 match remaining, he cannot qualify. A sickening blow for him. The costly factor for him, too many defeats in last leg deciders yesterday. He has, though, been the best player. What can he produce? Nothing riding on this game, of course. It is now a dead rubber. We wouldn't have thought that a few hours ago, would we? But then our final match in Group C. Let's get it underway. Lads, over to you.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, it is a case of tough luck, Chuck, isn't it? He's been exceptional throughout the course of the day, Alan Norris, but he faces Mark Layton, the grinder from Wales, who has also bowed out of this tournament this afternoon in a bit of an anticlimax for Alan. Looking to complete a perfect day, the 50-year-old former World Championship finalist, having enjoyed victories against Chris Mason that applied pressure to Mason the Ace at the start of the day. Mason, of course, who won all of his matches yesterday. Norris then went on to whitewash John Walton with a standout display of the week, an average of more than 105 in that one, a 4-1 win against Barrie Bates and another 4-1 success against Gary Robson, the other man who's made it through alongside Mason, the pair of them winning the last couple of matches.
First, game on.
And as I was saying towards the end of the last match, I think there are a few players at finals now who are breathing a sigh of relief that Alan Norris won't be there, because on the form he showed today, he would have been a key contender for that title. And nobody that's got
58.
through so far has done it with any real panache. Chris Mason was looking like he would, but today has been a bit of a struggle for the ace.
It has, but tomorrow is a brand new day, brand new group. Let's see
45.
how Mark Dudbridge also recovers from a couple of days away. You'd say, based on what we've seen so far, we have seen every player in action at least once in a group of some description. You would put Richie Howson probably now as
57.
the man to beat this week.
And he's not even through. But we think he will beat. Although he might make us wait the same way that Chris Mason did today. Yeah, Group B getting back
41.
underway this evening. Do join us 10 p.m. live here on Sporty Stuff TV. Well, we might as well look ahead to that group, Henry, as this match has nothing on it right now. Howson has twice the amount of points as anybody else, because
57.
like Alan Norris is looking for here, like Chris Mason had yesterday, he won all his matches last night.
Yeah, Tony O'Shea and Andy Jenkins were 2 and 2 for the night, and then Nicholson and Newton on 2 points.
45.
I'll be honest with you here, Murph. I think the current top 3 in that group now will be the top 3 come the end of play tonight.
Yeah, I think Wes Newton can do what Alan Norris has done today, and in Group B, that will get you
45.
through, because you're going to finish at least third, aren't you, by winning all of your games, if not higher. 3 go through from that 5. We will see one of our Super Series
60.
commentators at finals night in Chris Mason on the stage. Paul Nicholson looking to improve on the performances he produced last night. I think that's fair to say.
But again, he's only 2 points behind, so a good start to the evening. Then
100.
anything conceivably is possible.
Just get the sense that Alan Norris
100.
is feeling a little bit flat here in the early exchanges in this one, and who can blame him? Really tough to take. But the Table is played over the course of 2 days, not over the course
50.
of one. Chris Mason almost learned that the hard way. Alan Norris has. Mason has topped the table, by the way. That'll be significant in terms of what group he goes into on finals night. 5 legs better off than Gary Robson and tied on points.
Let's have some fireworks to finish off our Group C.
And you require 85.
Well, we could see Norris do some unconventional things here, like starting on the bull on this shot. Finishing on the ball, perhaps. Neither of those things happen.
29. Mark, you require 60.
20 for tops for Layton for the opening leg of our final game of the group. Tens.
Yeah, that's game
There
short.
it is.
The
Mark
first
Layton
leg.
takes the opening
Mark
rubber against
Layton.
Alan Norris, and you understand that Alan Norris will feel a little bit flat following the result from
Second
the last
leg,
game.
it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
And it is, I can imagine, tough when you just seen all your hopes evaporate from you, but you still got to go back up on the stage and complete your matches. It must be a tough
85.
scenario to go out and try and perform in, because you've got to try and get the adrenaline levels up whilst you're absolutely deflated onto the floor.
You see the gesture in the background there from Norris. I just get the sense he doesn't want to be there.
And it is tough to not go through the motions in this scenario. You go out there to win, you go out there to succeed, and when it doesn't quite go your way, of course you're going to be disappointed, dejected. But there's a lot of positives to take, though, from the way he's played today and yesterday as well. Let's not forget that he played well yesterday, just never quite got the rub of the green in terms of those 4-3 results.
140.
But going back to Group B tonight from 10 here on Sporty Stuff TV, there's a couple of crucial early games. Richie Housen takes on Wes Newton. If he wins that, he's through.
95.
No doubt about that. That's finished. That's no discussion. Which then makes the 2 games straight on the bat in that scenario oh so crucial. Because Tony O'Shea and Andy Jenkins, the 2 players on 4 points will go toe-to-toe. One will go on 6, one will put themselves in a strong hand. Loser of that will then see Wes Newton take on Paul Nicholson. Now, in the scenario that Housen gets the better of Newton, they'll both be on 2 points. The winner gets on to 4.
100.
Congest things quite quickly.
And you require 134.
54 maybe. Tops. He keeps doing this. He keeps hitting it.
140.
Not on this occasion.
Mark, you require 160.
Mark Layton is not shy with the fist bumps, is he? Oh, killing Alan Norris with kindness.
120.
I'd have fist bump to that.
And you require 20. Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Alan Norris.
Well, you can see there he still does want to complete the day in perfect
Third leg
style.
is Mark to throw first. Game on.
Simple double 10, but a roar from Chuck Norris.
And I just hope it's not as long until the next time we see Alan here at the
100.
Super Series. You saw him a couple of times last year, not so much in 2022. I just hope that we get to see a bit more of him on this stage, because he's still got a lot
60.
to give, playing a lot more senior stuff now.
He has been the chief chucker here on Friday, but he will not be chucking at Champions Week. The good thing is that we are near Champions Week, so we've got every chance of seeing him early in the next phase. He's been a great addition, and you mentioned it. I think he will be a big threat at some of the seniors events if he can qualify
60.
for one of the televised ones, and you'd have to have him amongst the favourites.
And he loves the big stage, in front of the big cameras, in front of the big crowds. Absolutely lapped it up at the Lakeside when he got to the final.
100.
People forget the success also he had in the PDC, got in the top 16, made quarterfinals and semi-finals of major televised tournaments. This is a player who's been to the very top of the game.
Yeah, won Pro Tour events as well. Beat Peter Jakes, didn't he, in a final? Peter Jakes' first ever Players' Championship tournament, that was. We will see Jakesy at Champions Week next week. Just a quick reminder, if you do want to be here tomorrow night for finals night and see Mace the Ace in action amongst others
81.
on the stage, tickets available for 3 from dartshop.tv.
Check 100.
Been a long day, Marco. And also the news today, Henry, that
140.
there'll be some free
Market
tickets
requires
dished out
76.
next Saturday for the Brilliant Untouchables exhibition in Portsmouth.
Exactly. So effectively, you don't even get 2 events for 1. You get 2 events for free. It's a no-brainer. If you can get yourself down, please do. They're 2 really good nights of darts.
Yeah, that's game short.
2 very
in the third
differing
leg.
experiences.
Mark
You'll get the
Layton.
nice, intimate environment as Mark Layton takes a 2-1 lead. You'll have this intimate
Forward
environment
leg,
that
it's
is
Alan the throw first.
the live lounge here in
Game on.
Portsmouth, where you really do get up close and personal with the action. You are right on the cusp of the players. You're almost breathing down their neck. It's a really enclosed environment, which
45.
makes it interesting watching, especially when you're in the crowd. And then, of course, you've got the Untouchables, which is in front of an arena at the Guildhall in Portsmouth, which is about 1,500, something along them lines.
Yeah, and it's a pre-Christmas
136.
party atmosphere, isn't it, that one? So if you do want to book your tickets for free for either tomorrow or next Saturday, do it at dartshop.tv. And if you are coming on Champions Week Saturday night, then you will be a recipient of a complimentary ticket to that Untouchables exhibition.
I've actually performed on the stage at the Guildhall. in
You have?
Portsmouth. Yes, not darts related, but
140.
Well, do tell, Henry. I am actually intrigued for once here.
that makes a change.
128.
Performed what? Don't leave us hanging. You brought it up yourself. So you've got
I know,
to
I
finish the
realise I've
story.
just dug my own hole here. Used to do a bit of acting when I was at school, so you know, bit of
65.
Peter Pan. I was me,
Fair enough.
which I suppose, yeah, just nothing else really to add to it. I've got to be honest. I don't know why I brought it up now.
138. Mark you require 160.
Well, Mark Layton trying to hook the finish. Couldn't manage it, and Norris looking at
44.
parity.
And you require 56.
16 and tops.
Well, you want to go 16 to the right,
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth
and
leg.
Tops was
Alan
calling,
Norris.
and another acknowledged fist bump.
Fifth leg, it's Mark the throw first.
I
Game
love
on.
it, you know, I love it.
Well, the way he's enjoyed his opponent's darts, he might well book himself a ticket for Saturday night. Mark Layton, sit on the front row.
66.
I'm surprised, actually, that every player has been receptive to it. I don't think some players would take kindly to it. And it's not meant with any malice, of
58.
course. But if you're one of those players who gets really in the zone and the guy keeps wanting to shake your hand at the end of every leg, it can get a bit annoying, can't it?
It's a rhythm ruiner, isn't it? And look, this is, you know, Mark.
96.
I mean, we spent a little time with him over the last couple of days. Really nice, genuine guy. And he appreciates and respects good darts.
100.
And his way of appreciating and respecting it, some tap the thigh, some give the old nod or something like that. Mark likes to do the old fist bump.
58.
If I was Alan Norris now, I'd offer it after that 58, mid-leg. Well, he might offer it after a 180, but it's not happening. 140 will do.
We actually do that at the end of every match, don't we, Murph?
You try. It's a shame I'm going upstairs at the end of this one, because I would ask our technical team to put the commentary camera on at the end of this and see how I would respond to your attempt.
44.
Maybe we do it at the end of the leg, like Mark Layton does.
No.
Be like that Millhouse gif.
Don't know the one. Back to the darts.
57.
Well, Norris on the brink of a break here. Layton needs to hit big. 2 trebles really the order of the day. And that's not a good lie. So he's coming downstairs.
58. And you require 146.
So they go for the for treble 19 with the first start. 67 remaining here for Norris. Layton back on 179, so he can
93.
pick through the options. Leaves 53 after the slip into the single 14. I think he's looking for the treble 9 there to leave tops. This is for a break as well, and a 3-2 lead.
97. And you require 53.
13 then. For double top for Norris to get within 1 leg of achieving the brilliant feat that is a clean sweep of the Super Series.
The 5th flag.
And he is 1
Alan
away.
Norris.
And so Norris 1 leg away from a
6
win, which
flag
won't
is
seal
Alan
qualification, but he'll end
first.
his
Game on.
2-day stint here at the Super Series on a high.
44.
And don't forget, you can join us tonight from 10 o'clock for all the action from Group B. It's Richie Howson who leads the way in the group. He won all 4
16.
matches yesterday, followed closely by Tony O'Shea and Andy Jenkins, both on 4 points. Paul Nicholson and Wes Newton are on 2. And these are the fixtures for the first round tonight. Richie Howson takes on Wes Newton, Tony O'Shea, Andy Jenkins, Wes Newton against Paul Nicholson.
125.
Then we'll see how the drama develops as the night goes on. Please do join us. It's a 10 p.m. start here on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where
55.
if you subscribe, you can see plenty of bonus content. We'll provide game of the day, behind the scenes, exclusive interviews, as well as all of the live action. It is the place to be if you are a
57.
Super Series super fan.
$125.
So to go for the 25, and then back down for the 19. 220 playing 261 in this leg. There's Layton with the throw.
$140.
He's himself on 1-2-1 after 12, so Norris here could do it, cracking in a couple of trebles.
95.
Not that side, though.
Mark, you require
So
121.
1-2-1 for Layton to take us the distance in the final game of Group C. That is in 11, or the treble. The bullseye.
Yeah,
And we are going the distance in our final game in Group C. Layton and Norris take us a 3-3. And there we go. There's the fist bump.
7th and final leg is Mark the throw first. Game on.
The fist bump of acknowledgement that we are going the distance. It is Layton who has the darts in the 7th and deciding leg. This is a game where the players are playing for pride more than they are for points of positioning.
134.
But they will want to finish on a high, finish with a flourish, finish with a win.
95.
And of course, the finals tomorrow night, 10 o'clock start on Sporty Stuff TV and the
93.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Just one final reminder of how you can be here. Dartshop.tv to claim your free tickets
134.
to see some darting legends. We know Mark Dudbridge's going to be there. We know Gary Robson's going to be there. We know Chris Mason now is going to be there. And we're guaranteed some darting
59.
legends through from Group B as well. It's going to be free from Howson, Newton, O'Shea, Jenkins and Nicholson. It's a night not to be missed here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
54.
Do come and join us. Dartshop.tv. Layton here, 215 points away from claiming the final rubber in Group C.
60. $125. Mark, you require 155.
Can you end the group in style? Mark Layton. Downstairs first. Went across to treble 16. So Norris comes back then for 93. For a breaker throw in the
124.
final leg. And he's left himself on double 17 if he returns, Layton. Went for the bullseye route, which means he gets a dart at the bull, which finds a 25.
34.
And so Layton, 34. Does he go straight for double 17? You might as well in this scenario. Just clarifying Layton's last visit here. And so Layton here for the match wants double 17. One left.
No
Doesn't
score.
go. And Norris returns to
And he
25 to seal the deal,
25.
to seal the final game of the day, to seal the final game of Group C. 13 left. Double 5, and there it is for Alan Norris. He claims a victory in the final game of Group C, and a nice sporting embrace, the way this group has been played in the best possible spirit. And Alan Norris is a 4-3 victor against Mark Layton with an average of 84.5, 4 out of 6 on the double, 66%. But a brilliant day for Norris wasn't quite enough for him to qualify his way through to tomorrow night's finals. Those honours go to Gary Robson and Chris Mason, who we'll see here at the Live Lounge tomorrow night to analyse everything we have seen so far today. And there has been plenty to analyse from Group C. Let's head back up to the balcony and hand over to Chris Murphy and first, Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Murph, a perfect day for Alan Norris. You could hear him celebrating as he pinned that winning double, but a real sickener, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, fair play to him. He wanted to get that perfect day. He said at the start of the day he was feeling much better today. He produced the best performance we've seen so far this week, probably the best day of performances, maybe barring that last one. But it must be so difficult to raise yourself for a game when it's been snatched away from you in such cruel fashion. But look, it was going to be cruel for either him or Chris Mason. So in the end, we have to give credit to Chris.
Yeah, let's have a look at confirmation of the Group C table then. At the end of 2 days' play, it is Chris Mason who finishes top. Do you think he's enjoying this experience? My first question.
No, not at all. I don't think he is. But he's acquitting himself very, very well. We've seen him play really good stuff for 4 days straight, and then today it has been woeful from Chris Mason at times, but that's due to the pressure, that's due to the fatigue. I really think we'll see a different Chris Mason. I think we'll see the Chris Mason we saw at the start of the week tomorrow, because it's a different story, isn't it? He's not having to be in the morning. He'll be able to get some rest, refresh, and he's kind of taken that favourite mantle away from himself once again. So, yeah, I do think that we will see a rejuvenated, refreshed, free-rolling Chris Mason, and that's when he's been at his most dangerous.
Yeah, you say he's taken the pressure off him slightly. He is still 3-1 favourite to win tomorrow night, which is quite remarkable that he was even favourite before dart had been thrown this morning. So he is favourite going into tomorrow. We'll turn our attentions to Group B now, which concludes this evening. It's Richie Howson who leads the way in that he's actually second favourite to go on and win finals night tomorrow. He's not even there yet.
Yeah, but that may change by the end of the evening. Once he does get there, we might see all that start to change. Richie Howson, look, we all said it with Chris Mason. He did get there in the end. He's a win away, realistically. 3 players get through from that group, though, so all of the other players are battling it out for those other 2 spots.
And Paul Nicholson, someone we know very, very well. How do you think he will have reflected on last night?
Very deeply, but yeah, I don't think that Paul Nicholson needs to be too hard on himself. Getting that win, that one win, has kept him in contention. And if he can just try and relax a little bit, not play with any expectation on himself, because there's no reason to have an expectation on himself, then I think that we might see a little bit of a better performance from Paul Nicholson this evening we saw yesterday. I do think out of the players on 2 points, so Wes Newton's a danger. I think he's the one most capable and most likely to do in Group B what Alan Norris did in Group C, and if he does that, that'll get him through.
Right then, let's see if that materialises. Before we finish up here, I'm just going to put out a little reminder that it was me that predicted that Robson would go through and not Alan Norris from Group C. So I just want to leave it on that note. We'll be back with you from 10 p.m. with the conclusion of Group B. We'll see you then on Sporty Stuff TV.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.